Thank you. We're ready to get rolling here, guys, so we can stay on time. Welcome to the March 4th, 2025 meeting. Please silence your cell phones, pagers, and other electronic communication devices. Agendas and speaker request forms are located at the back chambers. If somebody wanted to speak on something, then grab yourself a speaker request form, fill it out, and make sure that we get a hold of it. Go, we call to order today's meeting. We don't need a roll call because we're all here. So, can someone lead us in a moment of silence here, or Jerry?
Yeah, I can. And I have one comment on the roll call. When we go through the agenda, I would just like to remove that off the agenda, and then we'll only add it when we need it.
Okay.
Good idea.
Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so we'll move on to item number 5. We'll review and approve the agenda. Okay, we have a motion from Hadcock,
Second.
a second from Roskinek to approve the agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Today, we are recognition of new employees from November 25th through February 28th. I'll welcome the new employees. I think that we met a few of you, and I think I can't remember all your names, but thank you and welcome aboard to our county. We've heard some good things about you guys, and we're excited to have you on board. I'm not sure if they want them all to stand up or anything, or just we had a little meet and greet here. So welcome aboard and thank you. Welcome to Pennington County, and we're looking forward to your tenure. Thank you. So we'll move on to item number 7, which is the consent agenda. The Board of Commissioners uses a consent agenda to act on non-controversial and routine items. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and vote of the board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. The consent agenda items contains, and they're all listed here, A through G, and I know that Mr. Durr wants to pull letter A and letter B, so is there anybody else that wants to pull an item off of here?
Yes, sir. Item D.
D? D as in dog?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to pull item A, B, and D, and then we'll be handling the rest of the items C, E, F, and G with one motion. Oh, wait, Mr. Roskinek, did you have a?
I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve item on the consent agenda, item C, E, F, and G.
Second.
Who's the second from?
Gary.
Okay, we have a first from Mr. Roskinek and a second from Mr. Drews to approve the items. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. We'll go on to letter A, minutes of the regular meeting, February 18th, and the chair will recognize Commissioner Durr.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is a question under number A on the minutes of the regular meeting, and I think I mentioned this. I know I've mentioned it internally, and I think I mentioned it at maybe our first commission meeting. There's items that appear in the minutes of the meeting that do not appear on the agenda, and there's some routine information like a roll-up of payroll by departments. That's kind of already in here, that's fine. That's kind of standard across the state, to where you have to make that, reporting in there. And so legislative audit will go back and look at the minutes to see that, you've got your monthly roll-up, by payout by department for the payroll, that's fine. It's the items that we get down to that say personnel and payroll information. And so there's a section in our minutes titled that, and it says amounts listed are hourly, biweekly, or per meeting, depending on position. And it talks about new hires and reclassifications, those types of things. And those are things I believe that should be on the agenda. It could be on the consent agenda, but I believe and I have talked to Carol about this, and I mentioned it in the commission office, that I would like to see those on the consent calendar in a memorandum form explaining this from Human Resources so that we can look at that, and there's a way to present that on the consent calendar in a memorandum. But it is a standard practice, pretty much countywide, statewide, that everybody places these, if they have an HR office or the auditor's office, that it would go on the consent calendar and highlight all of this information. I'm just not a fan of approving minutes and then having things in the minutes that were never on the agenda that should be, and it might be, I think it's informative to have this stuff up front. And it's not that we're looking to change anything in my mind. It's just I want this process to have the memorandum explaining these things and about new hires, effective dates, positions, all of those are required to be in the minutes every month. And I would just like to see it on the consent calendar in a memorandum from the HR department.
Chair.
Commissioner Hancock.
Madam, I agree. I'd worked with Carol before, and we had talked about this and how we were going to do it. So I'm glad Jerry brought it up. I also think if you want to put it on the consent agenda, just if anybody does have questions, everything should be voted on. And I think it's good for reclassification and other people. I think they're pretty proud when they get reclassified, or just some of the areas of getting raises and different things like that. I think it's very positive for us. So I appreciate that Jerry brought this up. We had tried this before, so I'm glad we're revisiting this, and it should be on the agenda. Thank you.
Commissioner Ross Connect, did you have something?
Nope,
to
I'm
add?
good.
Okay, everybody's good. So to
Chair?
dispose of this item, would we need a motion to actually have, I'm sorry.
Chair, I believe it's in policy that the way that we're currently doing it, doesn't mean we can't change the policy, but we would need to change the policy to do it differently.
I think we can handle that, right, Jerry? We can just
Yep.
add that to the.
Chair,
Okay.
We can
Sorry.
have
Yeah.
a
So I'm
policy
going
written.
to say now, I don't believe we need to amend the policy. I believe we could say we're going to do this and then we'll revisit the policy, because I don't think policy typically is at the discretion of management to a certain degree. But in this case, I think it's important enough that, we make it happen and then we look at the policy, so.
I believe it was a board-approved policy, but if that is what you're directing, is what we'll do. But I would like the policy to be changed then as well.
Okay,
Yeah, that's fine. And I think.
do we need a motion for that?
No, I think Commissioner Durr's right, that I think that some of these things that are on the minutes probably legally should be on the agenda. So I think we need a motion just to dispose of this item to say,
So,
do we need to
Chair,
approve the item? So
Chair.
approve the minutes, right?
yeah, we could do this in one motion, so I think it's a direction, but I would like to see it happen and we can bring forth the policy. I think I remember the previous board looking at a policy and I questioned that, but when I brought this up before and talked about it internally, both to HR and to the commission office, no one previously mentioned to me that it was a policy.
Chair and I agree. And for transparency, I think it should have been done a while ago, and I think it's moving forward. It's a positive direction for this board and for the citizens to be able to understand what those different things mean if they do have a question.
So what I would suggest then, since, and you only have to do this once a month, and so for Joan and HR, what I would like to see then on the next agenda is that policy, so we can hit the policy, and then this reporting is only required once a month.
So we'll get a motion here to approve this item.
So move.
Second.
A motion from Durr and a second from Hadcock to approve item A. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Item B, we'll go as to assign the 2025 budgeted long-term reserve accumulations in the general fund. This is the item will go to Commissioner Durr.
All right. So if our auditor would come up, I just wanted a couple clarifications on this, and I understand it, but I wanted to make sure that we were both on the same page on my understanding and talk about the unassigned and assigned funds. And so this is an item, these two numbers, and I talked to it when I was talking about how I'd like to see things coming forward on our budget process. But these are two line items that are currently in the 2025 budget. And then they budget for those in a line item in the budget, and that's kind of in there to build up their reserve. The auditor, when the books roll around and that budget is loaded into our system, she basically zeroes out those line items so they can't spend it, and then you move those funds, and that's what she's going to speak to.
We'll go to Auditor Mueller. No response.
Yes, good morning, Commissioner. Cindy Moeller, Pennington County Auditor. And as Commissioner Jerd just explained, we do budget for accumulating reserves for the larger purchases, such as the prison bus that the sheriff will be purchasing. Those are, really large purchases, so you don't want to just bump the budget one year by $700,000. It's nicer if you can build those reserves and then use them in the year you want to purchase that product, whatever it is, the bus, IT software, that sort of thing. So on the budget worksheet, you'll see that on there, and then throughout the year on the backside, we go in and we remove that from their budget so they can't see it and can't accidentally spend that money. The end of the year, we put it back in so it shows that it's unspent, and we move those funds to the assigned fund balance on the balance sheet.
Commissioner Durd, is that?
Right.
Is
Yeah, I
that-
just wanted to clarify that, and then I think you have, I didn't ask you earlier, what is the total that we have in that fund now? Those various funds?
$2,326,728 in assigned reserves right now.
All right.
So my question would be, are those would they be considered capital reserve accounts, basically? And I'm not familiar with government accounting, but,
We just call them assigned reserves.
Okay.
They're an assigned fund balance,
okay.
so
assigned
they
fund,
are
so roughly the same.
basically to be used for a specific item, but they can also be referred back to the unassigned fund balance or assigned to another project at board direction.
But it's carried as an asset then, basically?
Right.
Okay.
So in essence, the clarification I was looking for is to make sure that those funds were not restricted, that we could not, as we're going through looking at the next few years or, the budget process, that those are all items for discussion, so.
For some reason, if something changed. or
Correct.
needs change. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. So, looking for a motion for item B.
So move.
Moved by Durr,
Second.
second by Roskinek. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion
Thank you,
carries.
Cindy.
Yep. And then we'll go to item D.
That'd be me. Shannon, I have a few questions, please.
This is to approve the abatement applications for tax year 2024, and there's a list of them.
So Shannon, tell me how the abatement on the properties and the mistake on the properties, how did you abate the properties, and how is that process for disabled veterans? Just so I know the process and the mistake that we had made, and looks like you are making that right, which is good, but can you explain how that process works for disabled veterans? And again, where the mistake was made, if you would, sir?
Okay, so first to clarify, this is a request for an abatement, so I'm not doing anything, I'm asking the commission to do it.
Yes, sir.
With regard to the disabled veterans properties, for last year's assessment, we looked more closely at the law, and the law says that the exemption for the disabled veterans applied to the dwelling. And we had been applying it to the dwelling and the land that the dwelling set on. We tried to follow the law more closely and apply it only to the dwelling. So there were some of these properties for last year's assessment, when we changed that had a value that would be taxed, representing the value of the land. And talking to the Department of Revenue, back and forth, several conversations, I found that I had done it wrong when I had changed it like that. So, to correct that, I come to the board and I ask for an abatement to essentially make land and building exempt, apply the exemption as it had been done in the past.
Okay, and then in the past you have, so how far back can you go And how far was the mistake made by chance?
It was just the 1 year, last year's assessment, taxes paid this year.
Okay, it wasn't in the past where we just did dwelling?
No, it was the 1 year.
And how come only happened 1 year?
Well, because we looked at the law for last year. This just happened last year.
So the law changed last
Nope.
year?
No, the law didn't change. Just in looking what we were doing, tried to follow the law more closely. The law had always, well, I can't say always, the laws do change. But the law, it wasn't a change in the law that resulted in this.
Okay, so in the past, did you just do dwelling, or you did do the land and the dwelling in the past?
Yes,
And just this last year is the only spot that you didn't do?
yes.
I guess I didn't understand the mistake, but mistakes are made, and the main thing is that our veterans are taken care of.
Yep, so
And you
this
made it
will
right.
correct the 1 year that happened.
So I have a question then. So total valuation on, it would be Mr. Reedon. His total valuation is 174,388. His valuation abatement is 7,000. Isn't it supposed to go to 150, or am I missing something? Does he have something else? Is it 200 this year?
It's 200,000 this year, but that's not the issue here, because it'll be $200,000 exemption for 2025.
Yes, sir.
It was 150,000 when you're looking at these abatements.
Yes.
So on all of these properties, what did you say the first value was?
The value was, total valuation was 174,388.
Okay, so that property, the taxable value was 174,000.
Yes, sir.
But 143,000 of that is exempt. This abatement will get that next 7,000.
Okay, I just thought it was supposed to take it, it only gives 150, anything over that, okay.
The exemption is 150, and
Only
all
gave them
but 7,000
143.
of it was exempt. This will get that
Okay.
other 7,000.
And that's why I wasn't understanding, because you didn't have what you had already given as the 143, whatever, or 146.
Yeah.
In order to get there, I was taking the valuation and, Okay.
Yep. So the abatement application asks for the total valuation.
Okay.
And when that goes to the auditor's office, she's looking at that property and the total valuation. If I put a different number there, I'd get an email back saying, is this right? So that doesn't tell you what the exemption is on that property, it just tells you what the total value is.
so when you do that, sometimes that might be helpful, to show that it was 143, and that's why you had to give the abatement of 7. So we know it's the 150, then we start understanding, then he's supposed to give 150. I mean, that's not just for us, it's for the person that's gonna get the abatement as well.
I understand.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you. Looking for any other questions on that item or comments? Looking for a motion?
Move to approve item D.
Motion by Roskinek, second by Hadcock. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Okay, we'll move on from the consent calendar to item number 8. And the long-awaited Mr. Ron Jeffries, General Manager of the Black Hills Stock Show, will have an update for the previous stock show. Thank you for coming today, Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Board of Commission, Ron Jeffries, General Manager of the Central States Fair and the Black Hills Stock Show. Just wanted to give you a couple of pieces of information first. Central States Fair, Inc. is a member nonprofit. So we are run by a membership that elects board of directors. Our annual meeting is coming up on March 24th. Memberships are open now through that time period and throughout the entire year. We have multiple levels. We start them at $25 for an individual membership, and then various levels, the additional monies which go to support youth programming activities. So, my plug for the membership, all right? We started out with a couple of records at the Black Hills Stock Show. First off, we had record revenue, which is really good. We also had record expenses, which is not as good, but overall, we are going to come out ahead of last year, it looks like, but not at the total of our anticipated budget. Not going to crush us, but we still had a really good year. Lots of things went right. And when I say lots of things, it started out with the ribbon cutting and the activities that went on there. We appreciate the participation and celebrity showmanship as well. It was a fun event and a much better draw. Captain Woods almost had a chance to win it all with his kangaroo showing, but, you know, he got beat by the Tracy Heisch from the monument with a camel that last year was cantankerous and this year, for some reason, was calm as could be. But lots of fun was had. One of the records we did set this year was the Farm Credit Services of America horse sale. We had been working for years to reach the 2 million mark. We surpassed the 2 million mark a couple of years ago. We went to 2.6 million, up 400,000 this year with 40 fewer horses. It was a strong ag economy. They were really looking for those good ranch horses. That strong economy, or the strong ag economy, also presented itself in the halter class. We had great turnout for the number of entries in the beef classes for the Hubbard Feed Supreme Row, and we had record turnout for the Youth Livestock Show. Since the monument has added on the Summit Arena, the Barnett Arena became available. So half of it went to Central States Fair to use for youth programming, and we're busting at the seams already. It's a fantastic place to be at. Nobody starts showing cattle when they're 35. So if we don't have the youth in here showing cattle and sheep and goats, we're not going to capture and continue the long-term success of the Black Hills Stock Show. So we're very excited about that. We did have 3 sold-out shows for entertainment. First off, the new event we did this year, the Bullfighters Only, where you have people, guys that come out and fight bulls. It was an exciting event. Fortunately, nobody had to go away in the hospital with injuries, but it was there were some exciting moments in that, and that was a sold-out show. We also had a sold-out show for the Ranch Rodeo, and then we had a sold-out show for one of the concert series, Ian Munsick. Again, just great participation and turnout. I did want to mention that a couple of things. First off, our staff did a phenomenal job. We basically have 8 full-time staff that we work with on this event. 4 of them stay at the James Kerstead Event Center to operate events there, and 4 go to the monument to operate events there. So when you think of 8 people producing an event of that size, it's amazing. But it's because we have good board of directors and good volunteers. I was giving a tour to another fair organization from Nebraska that came up to see our program. And in giving them the tour, we stopped in at the Youth Livestock Show. And while looking at the Youth Livestock Show, I said, well, that's one of my board of directors on the in gate, that's one of my board of directors on the out gate, that's one of my board of directors in the arena helping to line the kids up. I've got 2 interns in the arena, and I've got 2 interns up in the announcer stand. And we've got a volunteer in the back lining everybody up as they come into the ring. The only paid person we had in the entire show there was the judge. And so as I stopped and thought about that for a minute, it reminded me how absolutely fortunate we are to have the participation from the volunteers and the supporters, the sponsors for an event like this. It absolutely would not happen without that kind of support. So I want to tip my hat to everybody that came out and supported. It was a really good show that way. And then I wanted to close with just a couple of quick notes. We are starting our 5-year fair plan, our 5-year plan for capital projects. Commissioner Durr came back in and helped us get some motivation and get started here with it, but we should have that done within a few months to bring back in and let you at least review. So I'll stand by for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffries. And I'm sure we'll just go down the line and start with Gary. Yeah.
Well, every time I turned the TV on and saw something relative to the stock show, I saw Roger Porch in the background, either with a rake or a shovel or a broom. I think he needs new equipment for next year. Great show. I really enjoyed the bullfighting. That was amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Durr. Commissioner Durr?
Yeah, just, it's a great economic benefit to our entire community, and yeah, we're very fortunate to have the team down there that we do. And Commissioner Roskinick was with me a week ago when we were at the board meeting, and I mentioned to the board, and which Ron just spoke to, about the fact that we're looking deep into the county operations, 5 years past, 5 years in the future, digging deep, and just said heads up, that I would like to see the Fair Board come back and talk about what their plans are for the next 5 years. It ties deeply to us as an organization. We own the property, and to the benefit of the community, how we want to see that move forward and what partnership we can do working together. So appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Durr. Commissioner Roskinek?
I just want to say thank you, Ron, and and more importantly, thank your staff, because each year you do better than the year before, and anyhow, it brings everybody in the area together, and what a good time of the year. It's just too bad, the one thing you can't control is the weather. Boy, you get good weather, you get a lot more response. So, once again, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ruskin. Commissioner Hadcock?
Thank you, Ron. So bottom line is it showcases our ag community to the city folk, and I think that's a positive. The economic value that brings to the surrounding areas. Get a lot of 4 or 5 state area people come in here and want to sell their horses and their cattle and different areas, and I've always enjoyed walking around and just meeting the people, really down-to-earth people. The events you put on only get better and better, and you're learning every time, I think, and every year, how to get more and more attendance and what that means for city and county, or to bring together events that actually both would enjoy. I'll tell you something funny. I was watching PBS, and they were talking how they started the history of the plow with horses all the way from steam engines to gasoline. That's how I like learning why things work or how they got there. So it's pretty cool to see how far the ag industry has went as well, just from, and it's a lot of work already. Can you imagine if you had to have horses to plow your fields at this time? So it's still a lot of work and a lot of effort to keep cattle and farming. And so you guys have done a wonderful job at giving that and exposing that to the people around here in the city. So thank you for all you do. Your board's a good board. I've worked with them before, a lot of them. You got a lot of good ag people, and you have some women on there that run that fairgrounds now, and it's run better than it ever has. No, I'm kidding.
That's amazing.
But your team is very good, women and men. But a lot of those people there that volunteer as well, you got to give them kudos, because again, we do that over and over again. Our whole board has. It takes a lot to make a team. And I think with that, the volunteer and the people enjoy the job as volunteering there. So I don't think you've ever had a problem having volunteers there. So that's pretty awesome. So thank you, Ron. You've made the fairgrounds what it is today. You've been with us, how many years now?
And at 28.
28. So I know it's been a long, since I was a kid. So good job, Ron. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'd go without saying, I have to chime in. I appreciate what you guys do there. And just for the record, how many volunteers do you use during this program?
We run about 300 all throughout the year.
About 300
Yeah,
volunteers.
and it runs everything from Rotary clubs to Central High School to all kinds of individuals that come back in and help us with activities, events, and ushering, so.
To me, that's absolutely amazing. Having dealt with Monument and dealt with the fairgrounds and seeing the differences and the amount of volunteers that you guys have, this would never, ever happen if it wasn't in their hearts to bring the agricultural community, like Commissioner Hadcock has said, to the people of Rapid City. I got to enjoy it when I was there. I mean, it's a wonderful show. But you talk about the long-term viability and your concerns about the profit and losses. The one thing that people need to understand about this is that if you look at the sales tax revenues for the city of Rapid City, they had record sales tax revenues, $88 million. That takes almost, I think, in a number of $4.4 billion worth of sales in our community to hit that number. And if you look at that graph, when that spike hits is when, right during the stock show. That is one of the biggest spikes that they have, and that's put on by 300 volunteers in our community. Ron, that's freaking amazing. That's amazing, and kudos to you and your staff from the people up here and our constituents that we represent. We appreciate your efforts. We know it's in your heart, and every one of your volunteers are just absolutely amazing, and they deserve all the glory for what they've done for the people in the community here at very little cost to any taxpayer. It's unbelievable. Thank you, and thank your staff and all your volunteers. We
I
appreciate
certainly
it.
will, and Central States Fair planning is underway, August 15th through the 23rd.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, I guess we don't need a motion there or anything. So items from, well, is it 9:15 yet? It says on here that we're good? Yep, okay. 9:15, items from Auditor, City Mueller, 9:15 a.m. public hearing, budget supplement resolution, SP 25003, and we'll go to Cindy, you have the floor.
Yes. Again, Cindy Moeller, Pennington County Auditor. We're looking for a motion to approve the budget supplement for the MacArthur Fund. They didn't use all of the funds that they had anticipated using last year, so they didn't and hadn't budgeted anything for '25, so we do need to supplement, so they have the spending authority for their remaining funds.
Any motion from the,
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the budget supplement resolution SP 25-003.
Second.
from Drews? We got a second?
Second.
Second from Dirk. Any comments on that motion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Item B, transfer retail on-off sale malt beverage and South Dakota farm wine license, the Prairie Dog Tap Room and Kitchen. That sounds like a pretty interesting place to visit, so. Cindy, you have the floor if
Be
there's,
looking for a motion for approval of that transfer of the retail on-off sale malt beverage and South Dakota farm wine license.
Sorry, Miss Cindy, so moved.
got a motion by Hadcock,
Second.
second by Dirk. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Okay, item C, rescission of February 4th, 2025 abatement. Mr. Tennyson continued from the 2/18/25 BOC meeting.
Mr. Chair, is there anything you need from me on this item, or would you like state's attorney or?
I think Mr. Tennyson
Mr.
would like
Tennyson,
would like to
okay.
visit. The floor will recognize Mr. Tennyson.
I have one question. I've done this mostly on principle because I think I should have been able to file it. I have no idea the amount of abatement I'm asking for.
Right.
Can you enlighten me as to what I'm,
I hope I
having a
have
discussion about?
one piece of paper, I hope I have it with me.
Because, I've spent a lot more time than I think I'm gonna get in abatement just because of principle.
Does anybody have that number by chance? Cindy, you're looking for it? Okay.
So anyway, my argument is, if you look at 10-18-1, invalid or erroneous assessment, one of the items, unless otherwise expressly provided, if a person against whom an assessment has been made or tax levy claims the assessment or tax or any part of the assessment or tax is invalid for any reason, provided in subdivisions 1 through 6, and I won't read it all. The Board of County Commissioners may abate or refund in whole or in part the invalid assessment or tax in the following cases. Number 3, if the complainant or the property is exempt from the tax. And that's my argument standing here today.
Thank you. I'll make a comment on this because I'm with you. I think that the form that was used was erroneous. I think that the law SDCL 10-1-15 states that the forms are to be uniform according to the Department of Revenue. Somehow Pennington County has their own form, which is in direct competition with the Department of Revenue's form. That's why my decision was made to abate your taxes. And I don't think that there's anybody other than the state of South Dakota that could argue that we passed your abatement. If somebody wants to set me straight on that, I'll take it. But I think that once the commission, as a quasi-judicial body, makes a decision, I think then it has to have effect that's brought to it. Nobody's brought effect to it. We made a decision based upon the fact, in my mind, that this form was erroneous, that it caused you to not sign one thing that you could have signed. Obviously, you occupied the house, you had your property there. It's, to me, if the form was the same and would have been consistent, it would have been no issue, so.
Well, additionally, Commissioner, after looking at it, on Pennington County's website, they have 2 places where you can fill out a form for the abatement.
Yeah, and
And-
I agree with you, Mr. Tennyson. I'm just going to leave it at this. It said 10-1-15 states that the Pennington County must use or has to use the same forms in character, context, and everything, basically, that the Department of Revenue uses. We do not use that same form. I do not know why we don't use that same form, but we will get to the bottom of that, and that's why I made the decision that I made, and I'm going to leave it to the rest of my commission here to decide how we move forward on this item.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Roskinek?
And I've talked to our Director of Equalization and said we can't have 2 forms out there that don't mirror each other because it's misleading to the public. And I would hope that going forward, if we're going to have a form, the county form, that it's got to have the same wording. If they want to do a different font, different text, different layout, fine, but it's got to provide the same message, and that's where
Yeah, and
one
here's-
commissioner can look at it, and another person can look at it, and it's subjective. And I'm going to go along with Ron, that based on the way this went down, based on the difference in forms, I'm going to go ahead and support that abatement.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Oh,
The difference in
Chair
the
recognizes.
taxes is on the school district tax, and so the school district would lose $1,569.82. And then that will be levied back against,
$1,569?
yes, and that'll be levied back
That's substantial,
against the other taxpayers next year.
Thank you. And Chair will recognize Commissioner Durr. You had something to say?
Correct. Megan, could you come up? I have a question for our state's attorney's office related to this.
Megan Kruger with the State's Attorney's Office. Thank
Hey.
you, Commissioner Durr.
Good morning. So, we've had discussions about this, aside from, whether or not our form is accurate. The only, the only difference I see in the state form that was just adopted, at least on their website, was July 1st of 2024, is when you look at, on the owner-occupied form, you're looking at a date. Our form says, did you live here, did you occupy this on November 1? The state form is blank to that question. But the law is, in my mind anyway, still quite clear that occupancy is November 1. And in this case, Mr. Tennyson, I believe at the previous commission meeting, you stated that you had never filled out a request for owner-occupied because you did not want to perjure yourself because of that November 1 requirement to occupy. But there was a form submitted by, I believe it's Ms. Woods. Is that your wife, or?
I was the only one who filed the form this year.
Okay, no, it was previous in the year that we're talking about. So within that time frame between 23 and November 1 of 23 and the 15th of March, owner-occupied was applied for per the requirement under SDCL.
I'm not aware of that, sir.
Okay, so there was a form that was applied, and the denial was sent back and said what the rights of appeal were for that decision on order occupied. So the law says a taxpayer must appeal first to the local board of equalization. If they fail to do so, they forfeit their appeal rights to the remaining boards. So in my mind, the law is clear, it doesn't fit the abatement, and you were given notice to appeal that decision to the local board. That never happened, and so the board has no authority in my mind to give an abatement under Chapter 1018. And am I off somewhere?
No, that would all be correct, and that would also be my opinion.
Could you provide me with that form? Because I am not aware.
Mr. Tennyson, Mr. Durr, are you
I'm not-
done with your question? Or
Yeah, I'm done.
any other questions, or?
No, Chair, I have something.
Hancock?
So you get every year an assessment notice to properties, this is not a tax bill,
Right.
right?
Yep.
And you read this?
Ann has read it for me. She's a
Okay.
realtor.
So, and someone just had called me, which is crazy, a couple days ago on this. So it says on this copy, the property assessed in your name, complaint on the assessment may be made to your local township, exactly what Jerry's saying, or municipal board of equalization by filing a written notice of appeal with the clerk of court's local board of equalization no later than Thursday preceding the third Monday in March 3/13, postmarked by deadline is considered timely. Local Board of Equalization meets at the third Monday. The bottom line is you have to appeal. And if you appeal, and it's November 1st, you still have a process that, okay, I didn't get owner occupied, I didn't contact the equalization, which is, and if you look, Shannon Rittberger's Director of Equalization, number's right on here. So I always, if I don't know something, I always call the number and try to figure it out. I get the two forms, but I think this is pretty cut and dry. You,
Commissioner Hancock, I'm going to correct you here. He's never said that he didn't appeal. He came forward in front of us, if you recall, at the last meeting, that said he was looking for an abatement. We made a decision. We knew at the time he didn't appeal, so I don't think,
okay, Ron,
And
I'm
we
gonna
did
finish, hold
okay.
on, let me finish.
Yeah.
So bottom line is, If you wanted to appeal, looks like you appealed, if I'm correct. You did not appeal, I'm sorry, you filled out the paper, you did not go to the appeal on the date that was, because the guy just called me and said he missed it November 1st, so he looked on here, so I said, well, let me look it up for you. And then I also found this with all my tax bills. So every tax bill, it also says on here, if you're not owner occupied, please check the owner occupied classification at the top of this page. If this property was your principal residence as of November 1st, it's important that the notice indicates owner occupied. So again, if it's not owner occupied, if you didn't understand this form at all, because it comes every year, then I need to call the equalization. There's
All right,
like,
I'm gonna call an end to this. I'm gonna call point of order. We're talking about something that he's not even arguing.
But,
So
no,
I'm
we
gonna
did-
move on to the next
he is
question.
because,
So,
Ron, I'm gonna disagree.
Commissioner Hadcock, I'm gonna call you out of line here if you keep going down this line. This gentleman is here because we already had this conversation, and I can't believe we're having this conversation again. It's not fair. When a constituent comes forward, he gives his conversation, he gives his argument, and now because we got a couple people that don't like it, we're gonna rehash the case. I don't think this
Hey,
makes sense.
I'm going to respect what you're saying, but I disagree.
Okay, we'll move on.
You're
So-
making it look like it's your point and not the rest of our point, Ron.
No,
when your
we're
point of-
bringing back,
point of
we're
order.
bringing back a motion that was already passed by, in fair and in judgment of this
And we're trying to
commission.
argue why this young man or this man
But,
should know the process.
He'll take young man, so.
I'll give you
So
that.
I'm
But
not
ma'am,
trying to be
All
mean,
right.
but,
well,
bottom
you are
line
being
is-
mean because you're beating him up over something that,
but the only thing we did last year was appeal the valuation. That's all we did. And yes, Ann did that for us, and we.
And you didn't show up for the
so
appeal.
let's move
No,
on and
we-
let's talk
we
about
did
the
get
item
it
at hand
appealed.
here.
They did reduce it.
Mr. Chair,
Yep, Mr. Drews, I'll give you an opportunity here.
I would make a motion to rescind the motion that was made at the February 4th, 2025 Board of Commissioners meeting whereby an abatement was approved for the property owners.
We got a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Drews and a second by Darren. I just want to caution the commission here that we're going down a slippery slope when we start rescinding motions that we made here, so, but go
Mr. Chair.
ahead.
Mr. Chair, the only thing I want to
Mr.
state is
Roskinek?
that we have to get in our mind owner occupied or
Correct.
primary residence. And I believe even though you weren't in there cooking your breakfast, that was your primary residence. And that's why we're in this mess right now.
And my garage was full of our stuff.
That's why I'm going to stick to my guns on
So
this.
guys, you got to do what you have to do, and I will respect that, but I
Chair.
was here for a reason.
Mr. Chair,
Hold on a second.
if I could speak to the
Commissioner
motion.
Drews.
You know, I come to this conclusion. I voted for the abatement. And it was brought to my attention afterwards that there's nothing there to make the abatement from. And so I had misunderstood some of the information that was presented to us. And I do believe that the auditor is correct, and I would certainly encourage us to follow the recommendation of the state's attorney's office and to rescind this.
Thank you, Mr. Drews. Any other
Chair.
comments?
You gonna let me speak?
Got a motion and a second on the floor.
Chair,
Okay, any more discussion?
yes.
Commissioner Hadcock.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Drews, only because, I'll just tell you, Mr. Tennyson, we try, and this board has done it over and over again, to find the solution for the constituent. And that's our job, because we represent you guys. So I'm respecting what the commission tried to do for you at this point. Mistakes can be made, I understand, we saw it today. But some of this, like I said, is personal responsibility on owning properties, especially have rental properties and others, to know how to do the process. So, because you got confused because there was two different things, two different forms, that needs to be corrected. I see that. The two commissioners that are still voting for this, I'm going to respect that, and I'll keep saying that because I'm usually the one fighting on the other side about, for the constituent. But sir, hopefully in the future, we can correct this because you brought it to our attention and that, again, just reading this and having all, and maybe it's because I have many properties, I've always seen this or something, maybe I don't see the process in that sense, but I have to do what I've done before on this process because after reading it and being in this for a long time, I've tried to do what these two commissioners are doing today a couple of times myself. And it's not going to work. They're not going to give you your abatement. And if they did, and I could fight it more, I would probably, and I know I would, I'd move it forward. So I'm going to respect what they're doing, but I'm also going to vote against giving your abatement, sir.
We got a comment from the audience. Would you come forward and identify yourself to the
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Bill Freitag. I've been in his problem and similar problems that I'm having in the assessor's office, and I've been in them up over my head for several months, and I've studied all the state laws. If I understand what some of your problem is, you think that he didn't do the proper forms correctly, and he might not have. And he might not have done it because there was a confusion on the form, because the form was illegally changed. Okay, that said what it is, that gives you all your standing you need. But however, if you look at the emails that I sent you yesterday, there's a South Dakota codified law that allows you to go back 4 years, not 1 year when he's doing this. You can go back as far as 4 years, and you can do refunds and you can do abatements. Now, whether his deal actually fits that or not, without me spending an hour studying it, I couldn't address whether I'm right or not. I would hope, in this case, you continue this until you get knowledgeable of whether he's subject to 1 year or he's subject to 4 years to get his abatement or to get his refund. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir, for your effort, but I'm only
Mr. Chairman?
allowed 1 year.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Jern?
I think he asked for something, and I think Shannon has it, and it just got brought up again. And I think that's the application in 23 for
Well, we're not even
owner-occupied.
talking about the application. We're talking about whether he is entitled to an abatement that we voted on last week. I would like Megan to come forward and quote 10-1-15 where it allows, where the concern that we had here is that the law requires the county of Pennington County to use the same form as the Department of Revenue. As you've witnessed earlier, they're not always the same. And then the on 10-1-15, that's the one I want to know about, whether we can use a different form than the Department of Revenue with different questions.
So I just received notice of this issue yesterday, so I briefly researched it. I don't believe that 10-1-15 says exactly what some of the communications from Mr. Freitag says that he believes it says. Obviously, the law is a lot more difficult to analyze than just simply reading something in a vacuum. I don't believe that we have to use exactly the same form that the Department of Revenue requires. They don't actually require any forms, as far as I'm aware. I think that they do have some certain standards that we have to follow, and as long as our form meets those standards, then we're good. I do believe that Shannon reached out to the Department of Revenue and talked to them about our form and had conversations about what was in there and whether it was sufficient under their eyes. I do believe there was one thing that was missing from the form, but it had nothing to do with this, and nothing to do with owner-occupied, as far as whether somebody was occupying the property on November 1 or not. It's a different exception that was not on the form that needs to be included that obviously we will be updating and fixing. But as far as state statute requires us to exactly use the forms that the Department of Revenue uses, that's not correct.
That's not the way you interpret it. Have you read it?
Yes, I did read it.
Okay, because I interpret it differently, but I'm not a lawyer, but I
Yeah.
can read it pretty clearly but anyway, it doesn't really do us any good if we but rehashing something that we already reconsidered once and abusing the guy who's just trying to legitimately have what he has coming. So we're going to move on and we're going to take a vote. So,
Commissioners,
any-
thank you for your time, and I feel bad for taking so
No,
much
no
of your
problem.
time. And you should let's.
No, we
move
work
on.
for you.
No, I know, but
Yeah,
I'm
we're here to
okay
represent
with
you.
this. I'm
So-
okay.
We're here, okay, thank you. So any other comments from the
I think Mr. Alderman's got something.
I don't see any reason for it. I mean,
Jay Alderman with the State's Attorney's Office.
Excuse me, Jay.
Commissioner
Excuse me,
Weifenbach,
Jay.
you have asked
Excuse me.
about the
excuse me,
form.
Jay, I didn't recognize you at this point. We're trying to bring this to fruition. Does somebody have a question or?
Why are you worried about hearing what the form was?
Megan's already went over the form.
You need
If it's
to
that
see the
important to
form.
you, go ahead.
I already said that.
He's okay with everything. I don't know why you guys want to beat him up more.
I did not.
So we're moving on. All in
No, I
favor, say
didn't. I was
aye.
not aware.
Okay, guys, let's
Oh, hold
have
on.
quorum. Let's have quorum.
Decorum, I'm calling for decorum here. We're ready to move on. Let's vote.
Okay, let's move on.
Simple as that.
Restate the motion, just so that we're all on the same
So
page.
Gary made the motion.
The
So
whole
Kara, do you have the motion?
in 18 and
To rescind the abatement granted to Thomas Tennyson on February 4th, 2025, as an abatement in this case would not be in accordance with the requirements of SDL Chapter 10-18.
Okay, so we got the motion, then we had a second by Durr. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No?
No,
2 noes. So motion carries 3-2. So we'll move on to the next item. Thank you, guys. Okay.
All right.
Move on to item number 10, items from State's Attorney Lara Retzel. You have the floor, Laura. Go ahead. Laura, I'm sorry.
Okay, do you need me to do anything?
It's a 2024 annual report from the State's Attorney's Office.
Good morning, Commissioners. Laura Retzel, State's Attorney. Very excited to be presenting to you the State's Attorney's 2024 Annual Report. At the State's Attorney's Office, our primary function is to keep the community safe. And our leadership team is here today, and we're honored to share with you an overview of our primary functions and highlight our critical role in the community. I'm going to jump to this mic so I can drive this beautiful PowerPoint that we've got for you today. So we have a mission statement, and for those of you that were generous enough with your time to come and visit the State's Attorney's Office recently, you'll see that we had this made into decals and placed in several places, 3 or 4 different places on our wall. And we created this mission statement when I first became State's Attorney, and then we revisit it every year to make sure that we're acting in alignment with it, and also that it conforms to how we feel about our mission to the community. And I just want to highlight the core values: the accountability, fairness, integrity, transparency, civility, cooperation, and diversity. Those are words that we chose very specifically because they govern not only how we treat everyone that we come in contact with in the system, but also how we treat and respect each other within the office. So our mission statement is important to us, and it's at the beginning of our annual report for a reason, because it sets the standard for who we are and what we do at the State's Attorney's Office, which I always preach is we do the right thing for the right reasons, even when it's hard. So who is the State's Attorney's Office? What are we? Like I said, our primary duty is to rigorously prosecute criminal offenses. Last year, we prosecuted 8,000 criminal cases. It's down from 10,000 the year before. And the reason is, you've seen the recent statistics from law enforcement that certain areas of crime in our community has gone down, and we're thrilled about that. I also think the decrease in filings has to do with an enhanced enforcement of misdemeanor traffic offenses in our diversion office, and you'll hear about that a little bit later. But the premise is, rather than just going in and paying a ticket, we're giving more and more people who have traffic offenses the opportunity to instead take a class where they driving class and learn about how to be better citizens and drivers in our community. And my favorite comment was from one woman who was a little bit older than me, and she said, "I'm so glad I took that class. I did not know how to drive that roundabout up by the Hobby Lobby. And now I learned, no one ever taught me that. You know, when I learned driving, we didn't have roundabouts." And so Even an old dog can learn a new trick when it comes to driving safely in our community. But our office is structured into kind of 4 primary areas. The criminal division, which we'll talk about first with Chief Deputy Nelson, will prosecute criminal offenses. Law enforcement does an excellent job of arresting, apprehending, presenting cases to us, and then we need to be able to carry the ball to and through court proceedings, so there's real accountability for offenders. So criminal department, it's a crucial link with law enforcement, and we're very grateful for our relationships with the chief of police and our sheriff. Those partnerships are invaluable. The second section of our office is the civil division. You see them most frequently. They do all the civil functions, represent all of our county department heads, have extensive knowledge about all of the different workings and boards and important things that we do in the civil area of law, but also kind of uniquely, and one thing you might not completely understand, and they'll tell you a little bit more about today, is we have prosecutors that handle juvenile offenses. There's many, many young people in our community who are committing crimes, and it's our responsibility to either handle those cases to and through diversion or to prosecute them in court. And that's an extensive function of what those attorneys are doing. They also represent the Department of Social Services in all of those cases involving abuse and neglect, where a child has not been cared for or neglected or abused. We act on behalf of the Department of Social Services, so you'll hear more about that. Our 2 other remaining of the 4 sections of our office are diversion. So you'll hear from Director Morshing today, and also our victims assistance, which has been a passion of mine since I've come into office to really elevate services in that regard. It felt a lot like we were doing victim services as more of a notification. Here's when court is, rather than real advocacy for victims in court. And so with the addition of Director Petro, we're going to be focusing much more in the direction of real advocacy and true help for victims who are thrust into a system that they did not ever want to be in some of the most difficult times of their lives. They need to be able to move through that. So those are the 4 areas. So a couple of other things that you'll see on the board is we do have 2 investigators, so retired FBI agent Bob Bennett and retired Rapid City Police Detective Steve Neville. When cases come to the state's attorney's office, sometimes a little bit more is needed, and we don't want to burden our law enforcement who are out on the streets fighting crime, helping us enhance cases for trial. So they help us find witnesses a lot of the time. They help us get cases ready for trial. Jurors have a huge expectation that trials are going to be big, bold, dynamic presentations, and so we need to elevate our game, and they help us in that regard too. We also have Katie Urban, our Public Information Officer. She'll speak with you today, but she, of course, designed this PowerPoint. She's in charge of all of our outreach to the community and to the public. The other huge thing, and I've talked to you about it before, but transparency is so important to me. And I felt like law enforcement was doing such a good job of telling people about the crimes that were committed, but then the state's attorney's office was not doing a great job of messaging out what happened then. Were these people actually convicted of those crimes, and what were the sentences? And so we worked very hard to give the community a broader reach and understanding of the criminal justice system. And she's really elevated that, and she'll talk about that a little bit more. So that's my office. I have 2 office managers, a computer support technician, and then it says 5 interns. Excuse me. I have whatever Davis has.
We get it.
I wouldn't claim that.
I'm not quite sure how that happened, but we both got laryngitis and we're feeling a little better today. It says 5 interns, but I try to take as many interns as we possibly can because I think it's so important to give kids and young people exposure to the work that we do in our office. So I'm grateful for that. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, Commissioner Durr, for the cough drop. That helps. So yeah, that gives you a view of our 65 staff members. Sometimes I struggle with recruitment and retention, and I will tell you that right now we are full staff. It doesn't feel like it yet because some of those attorneys, we're waiting for them to graduate in May and take the bar. But once we get those last 4 attorneys in here, we will be completely full staff, which is a huge win. Both Eric Witcher and our office struggle in recruiting and retaining attorneys. So we're always grateful when we're full. So my budget is primarily salaries. My budget is about $7.8 million. Sorry. The majority of that is salaries. Of that remaining operations, the $1,854,000, almost $1 million of that is our mental commitment budget. So remember, that's nestled in our office as well. So when people are involuntarily committed because of mental illness and they're a danger to themselves or others, our office is responsible for all of the expenses associated with that. So there's about $1 million in there that's just for mental commitment and mental health. And then the remaining is operations, keeping the show running, providing a foundation of experts for our cases, and the rest of the work that we do. So I'm super glad. I'm going to turn this over now to someone else because I'm really struggling. But I thought it would be fun for you all to hear just a minute or two from the people that are really leading these departments and doing the work, and then I'll come back up for questions, and hopefully my voice will be calmer. So the first 2 people I'm going to introduce are my Chief Deputy, Gina Nelson, and this is Olivia Siglin on the cart. Olivia is the lead of our felony division. So she supervises all of those felony attorneys, and they're going to tell you more about the criminal department.
That doesn't look fun.
No, I've done better. Good morning, Commissioners. Let's see. Yep, I guess it is up there. In 2024, as in previous years, over half of our felony crimes are possession of a controlled substance charges. And the prevalence of drugs in our community is a huge public safety concern. Most crimes in our community are rooted in substance abuse, including crimes of violence. So this is an issue that cannot be overstated. The good news is that numbers have declined by 300 cases in 2024. We attribute that to many things, but at least in part to good partnerships with law enforcement and other organizations, our specialty courts and diversion success, and holding those repeat offenders accountable. We experienced also a significant number and increase in grand theft cases this year. Those are the cases that involve $1,000 or more, and they're also frequently associated with the substance abuse, which remains a growing concern. So those numbers are up as well. And although aggravated assault domestic violence cases decreased slightly in 2024, their status is high, and they're a high-level felony that we're seeing too much of. The cyclical nature of domestic violence, where children are exposed to violence and then therefore become a higher risk of being victims themselves or perpetrators, underscores the critical and important need for continued vigilance in that area. And finally, despite increases in assault on law enforcement in 2024 in the state of South Dakota, Pennington County actually saw a significant decline. And this is pretty remarkable because in 2023, we were the highest in the state, even over Sioux Falls, which, as you know, is a greater population and a heavily policed community. So that's down, and we were excited about that. In recent years, we really have prioritized these cases, the assaults on law enforcement. We have dedicated a prosecutor, which is actually at this time is Olivia. She's mostly exclusively, we're really busy, so sometimes she has to take other things, but she handles most of the assaults on law enforcement that we see. And that kind of brings us to our next slide, which I'll begin to talk about, and Olivia will share some things as well. And while we can't take credit for the decline totally in the assaults on law enforcement, our proactive measures have certainly made a difference. Our law enforcement liaison, Olivia, has been instrumental in prioritizing these cases. Law enforcement knows she's the go-to and they can come to her, and she gives them special attention, has really been able to build those positive relationships with those agencies. And she's going to explain to you how how that role has enhanced our case management within the office.
Yes, good morning, members of the commission. I'm Olivia Siglin. I'm a senior deputy state's attorney, and I've been our office's law enforcement liaison since the fall of 2022. That's a position that I interviewed for. Law enforcement played a role in that selection process, and since I began that role, I've been prosecuting all felony assaults on law enforcement. That includes correctional officers, and that typically includes a caseload of over 100 simple assault on law enforcement, aggravated assault on law enforcement, as well as a number of sliming on correctional officers, which is a Class 6 felony in South Dakota. Assigning these all to one prosecutor has allowed me to gain a level of expertise in handling these, to be a common contact point for law enforcement, and to ensure that these offenses are being prosecuted consistently, fairly, and that they're receiving the attention we deserve. As Gina stated, we had the highest rate of assaults on law enforcement in previous years. We're really happy to see that number go down, although the Attorney General's office reports that assaults on law enforcement were up statewide in 2024. A few other benefits to this position include building relationships with law enforcement. I frequently attend shift briefings for the Pennington County Sheriff's Office and Rapid City Police Department and speak with them about issues that they're seeing. I also have led mini trainings for them. So new officers, when they're fresh out of the academy, our office provides testimony training for them to help them feel comfortable in their first preliminary hearings and grand juries. This past summer, we did mini trainings for them about legislative updates, so they know more about the laws that they're out there enforcing, domestic violence offenses, and things that they should know when they're responding to those calls, as well as sex crimes and what types of evidence they need to be on the lookout for when they're responding to those events. This also has been something to benefit our office. I really prioritize our relationship with law enforcement and have been able to facilitate ride-alongs for our attorneys and staff members, jail tours for new members of the state's attorney's office, and other opportunities for us to learn from law enforcement. So overall, I feel like this position has been a positive. I've been doing this role since fall of 2022, and those are some of the things to know about the law enforcement liaison position. Yes. So talking a little bit more about the crime statistics for us. Overall, violent crime is down, aside from homicides. That is consistent with what we're seeing from a statewide level as well. So the South Dakota Attorney General's Office has crime statistics. In 2023, there were 18 reported homicides statewide. In 2024, there were 31 reported homicides statewide. And for us, our number was up as well to 12 from 9 in 2023. Other than that, the number of robberies, sex offenses, and attempted murders were down in 2024 from 2023. And so that's positive for us. We would love to see a further decline in violent crime. So here we have our felony trial statistics. We've separated these from our misdemeanor trial statistics. Our office took 32 felony cases to a jury trial in 2024. For those cases, we received 12 guilty verdicts, 8 not guilty verdicts. There were 8 mistrials, and mistrials typically occur for some procedural reason. We've had mistrials in the past when a central witness gets sick throughout the trial, when something happens with one of the jurors and we don't have an alternate. Just procedural things like that are common reasons that we would have a mistrial. And then we also had 4 hung juries in which the jury was unable to reach a unanimous verdict. So those are our trial statistics for felonies in 2024.
We had a number of high-profile cases that we litigated last year. I'm just going to highlight a few of those for you. First, in State versus Jumping Eagle, James Jumping Eagle was found guilty for the rape and murder of Rapid City resident 82-year-old Rita McGovern. Lead prosecutor and senior deputy state's attorney are Olivia Siglin, along with other attorneys, they tried the case, and Olivia described this case as one of the most egregious instances of rape and homicide in recent memory. In State versus Schmidt, that was a decade-long pursuit of justice. 55-year-old Richard Schmitz was finally sentenced for the tragic death of 38-year-old Michelle Will, whose life was cut short in 2013. Will vanished in August of 2013, and then she was found a week later near the Pigtail Bridges off of Iron Mountain Road. Her body was badly decomposed, which made it very difficult to identify a cause of death and presented significant challenges for investigators and then the prosecution. In State versus Kurtzman, Brent Kurtzman, 65 years old, was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for the brutal murder of Julie Fisk, age 54. Based on the family's wishes, we did not pursue the death penalty in that case. Kurtzman did plead guilty to bludgeoning Fisk and setting fire to her home on February 20th of 2024, following the end of their relationship. And lastly, in State versus Keim, 28-year-old Seth Keim was sentenced to 40 years with 15 suspended in the South Dakota State Penitentiary for driving drunk and causing a fatal crash that claimed the life of 27-year-old Lexi Hagan and also injured Rapid City Police Officer Kyle Kumjian. These cases generated significant media attention this year, but they're just a few samples of the diverse range of cases we handle that resonate with our community. And this year, our office prosecuted more than 6,000 misdemeanor cases, which includes everything from minor traffic offenses to DUIs and simple assaults. DUIs are up this year. An interesting and frankly sober fact about DUIs, South Dakota's DUI rate is 1,600% higher than the national average. Our thefts, as you can see, are up significantly higher as our felony thefts were as well. And that's due to our collaborative response with law enforcement to address a 16% increase in retail thefts. To address that spike in theft, in retail thefts, a specialized team of detectives and investigators from the police department and the sheriff's office were developed, and they work closely with prosecutors to ensure that those offenders are swiftly identified, arrested, and prosecuted, sending a clear message that stealing, even if it's a $1 piece of candy or a pair of skis, that matters in our community, and it matters to the members of our community. Also, last year, our misdemeanor department, which is smaller than our felony department, but they did try 8 cases last year. And these are simpler trials that are great learning opportunities for our greener attorneys in our office. We had 4 guilties, 2 not guilties, and 2 hung juries.
You have some green attorneys?
A few.
Not literally green, just.
We break them in real quick, though.
In addition to our role prosecuting cases, our office is also a partner in the 7th Judicial Circuit's treatment court programs. In the 7th Circuit, we have 4 treatment courts or specialty courts. We have DUI court, drug court, veterans court, and mental health court. And each of these is a program for medium to high risk and medium to high need individuals where a collaborative team provides guidance and treatment to get the participants towards success. In these courts, treatment providers develop personalized, evidence-based plans tailored to each participant's needs, while probation officers ensure consistent supervision. Judges, prosecutors, law enforcement, defense attorneys, and other professionals work together as part of an interdisciplinary team to uphold accountability, provide structure, and offer ongoing support. The results from these programs really speak for themselves. Participants in treatment court experience lower recidivism, which translates into substantial cost savings for taxpayers by reducing long-term incarceration expenses. I believe in 2020, it was estimated that for a participant to go through a specialty court program costs about $8,300 to $8,500. It is a substantial savings when you consider the cost of long-term incarceration for each of these people. One other thing to note on specialty courts is that after July 1st, 2023, the South Dakota legislature made there be mandatory minimums for DUI 4th, 5th, and 6th offenses. And the only way that a judge can sentence to someone something other than a mandatory minimum is if they participate in DUI court or another approved specialty court. So we've seen a rise in participants applying for DUI court especially.
Especially with the rises. And how high we are on DUI, so that's good.
Yes.
Now we'll turn it over to our civil attorneys.
Thank you, ladies.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, everybody. Megan Kruger with the State's Attorney's Office. Okay, so the civil department. So our department is interesting and a little bit different than most of the other departments at the State's Attorney's Office. So a lot of what we do is very confidential. It's very secret. So obviously the conversations that I have with departments throughout the county, and also all of the work that the juvenile and abuse attorneys do, for the most part, it's all secret. So I can tell you some generalized numbers, but I can't speak about specific cases because by statute, a lot of it's confidential. But I do have two of our juvenile attorneys, our juvenile and abuse and neglect attorney, here in case you guys have any specific general questions about their department, because they really are the subject matter experts. This is
Welcome.
Roxy.
Good morning, Commissioners. Roxy Erickson with the Pennington County State's Attorney's Office. I am a deputy. I've been here 23 years, primarily prosecuting the abuse and neglect cases.
Yeah, and so she's actually, you're one of our longest standing attorneys in our office. Correct. Yeah, so she has been around for a billion years, so she knows more than in her singular
You look
pinky
like
than
a
I will know in my
dinosaur, but-
entire body.
That's why she's turning green.
But as you guys all kind of know, so the civil department, we represent the entire county. We represent the county as an entity, we represent the county commissioners, and we represent the elected officials and department heads within the county. So anything from county litigation and appeals to advice to individuals within the county on county matters, to just generalized policymaking decision and legislative help. That's the civil department. But the civil department does not just make up me and Jay and Tyler and Alexa. It also makes up 3 other attorneys that the juvenile and abuse and neglect division are considered civil proceedings. So they're under that civil department umbrella. So in 2023, we had 891 juvenile delinquency case filings. For 2024, it was 657, so that is down. I do assist somewhat in the juvenile delinquency division, although Andrea is the expert, but she is shy, so that's why she's sitting back here. But she is the one that primarily, she and Candace Lucklum primarily prosecute those cases. We have been working really diligently to try to send a lot of our juveniles, especially first-time offenders, through our diversion program, which has been extremely successful. Kim will get up here and tell you guys a little bit more about our diversion program, but honestly, our diversion program, and I can say this honestly with a straight face, I think is one of the best in the state, if not the country. We have been able to send a lot of kids through our diversion program, which keeps our case filings down. It doesn't necessarily mean that our attorneys are doing less work, because our attorneys are reviewing every single one of those files. But if a case that we can send through diversion ends up making it so that kid doesn't get in trouble again and again and again, that's a win for us. And then as far as abuse and neglect, I'll tell you the numbers and then I'll let Roxy talk more about it, because I don't do any of that and she's the expert. But as far as abuse and neglect, we were at 176 in 2023 and we're down to 133. And I'll let Roxy say why she thinks that is.
Thank you, and I appreciate this opportunity. I will tell you that our abuse and neglect cases, in my opinion, they may be down because of the work the Department of Social Services is doing on a preventative level. Early on, they are identifying families who are at risk of being system involved. and they are putting into place what they call a present danger plan early on, at which time they make alternative arrangements for the children to prevent them from coming into care. Maybe they stay with a non-custodial parent, maybe they stay with a grandparent or another appropriate safe relative. And because of those efforts, we're seeing fewer children coming into the custody of the Department of Social Services, and certainly fewer cases going forward on a formal basis in court where there's court supervision. I can tell you for this year, we have already filed 24 petitions in the first 2 months of the year. So our numbers, they kind of fluctuate from year to year, and it's a real good reflection also of the community services and efforts that are in place through our local law enforcement officers and the agencies that they have with the, what used to be called the youth outreach team. I believe they now call it the family services team or something to that effect, where law enforcement is also being more involved in families that are at that high risk of youth either coming into care or going into the juvenile system. So with the permission also of our state's attorney, we've been working and collaborating with the Department of Social Services and Casey Family Programs to do what we've termed or called a family diversion program, where our diversion office provides services in the community to families, again, who are at that high risk of potentially becoming system involved but have not quite reached that level of involvement. So we're getting all of those wraparound services that are both culturally relevant and, I guess, maybe those hierarchy of needs. What are their needs? What can we give them some services to find housing? Can we give them services to find alcohol or chemical dependency services? Is there counseling programs that are available? And how can we do that without getting the court involved and filing a formal petition? So there's a lot of things going on in the abuse and neglect world. There's also the crossover youth, or those dually involved youth, where we're incorporating our CART team through the juvenile system. That would include court services, Department of Social Services, law enforcement, state's attorney's office, public defender's office, JSC, ARISE, our schools, and we all get together on a monthly basis and we discuss those youth and families that are at high risk of becoming system involved and what can we do to prevent that from happening. So there's a lot of upfront programming that we've started to develop and that has been kind of ongoing since JDAI came into South Dakota, which I believe was back in, well, the discussion started in 2011, and then the Juvenile Justice Act in 2015. So all of those things have contributed, hopefully, to our numbers going down, because obviously we want to see fewer children in the custody of the Department of Social Services. We want to see fewer families involved in the system and fewer termination of parental rights actions, things of that nature. So I feel that if we continue on this trend, it's a positive direction for us. And so if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them, but that's what I see as being a reason why our numbers are declining.
So Chair, not really a question. Number one, thank you for your service. That's a lot of service, Roxy. I've been with JSC for a while with Joe Gutierrez and all the work he does. In fact, you can call Joe Gutierrez in the morning, sometimes about 8 o'clock, and he's been at the hospital all night with his kids. So he takes care of the parents, he takes care of the kids. That's a huge process to make sure you're passionate about the people you're working with. And I feel in your diversion programs, and I know Kim, so I know her passion for, personally, for what she does and what she has done. So, and I agree, if the system starts with a person being in the system and staying in that system, they will stay in it pretty much most of their lives. So if you can, for kids, the biggest issue is, and Andrew, you might be shy, but I appreciate what you're doing because it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. I was probably through the system, we had 11 kids in our family, went through it once when I was about 12 with my friends, so nothing really bad, but still, it's good to see how the system has changed and what you're doing for the children. And again, it's most important because that diversion, if you can get their mindset changed at that certain age when they start doing things they shouldn't do in the community, you're going to make a huge difference for them not staying in there. And that's why it's so important for diversion if those programs are working. So they started with RAY, I remember. That's a risk assessment program. They have to go through that. They have to go through that system before they admitted into the system. know the people you deal with, and also know the culture and the past. Because if you don't know that, you don't know what you're dealing with, and that was a huge difference when I started in the system, learning from JSC, Joe Gutierrez and his team over there. So with you guys' help, I see the reduction, I see the programs that are also in the jail, the kids, the JSC, and how that kind of diverts into what you guys are doing as well. So they also are starting to do GEDs in there. They're doing some programs where they feel like the kids feel like they're getting some success in those areas. So when they get out, they have more success and basically a system which they know how to use by the time they're out. So thank you for what your program and your civil department does for us, because it's huge in this diversion program. And Roxy, being in there and then experiencing and knowing and experience, you're going to know what works and what doesn't. And you don't look like a quiet lady without sounding mean, that you're going to tell them, you know, we've tried this, we've done this, let's try something different. And I appreciate that, and even the shy ones, because you're just as important. I'm going to keep giving you a little crap, Miss Andrea, but the knowledge is always huge. So if that ever leaves, that's a huge sad part. How about that on a system that needs people with that experience? Because the new ones, green ones, not the green you, they're going to need that, and they become better at what they do. Plus those new ideas, plus the old industry starts to mesh in a way you just go, wow, and it gets them excited, and it gets you excited to see what can happen next. So thank you for all you guys do.
Thank you.
And actually, Vice Chair, Andrea has decided that she is not as shy, and she would like to say some things.
Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you.
And it's more about the number of mics. I'm very quiet. I very much need one. But I am never going to push Ms. Erickson away from a microphone because of her experience. I'm always going to defer to her first. My name is Andrea Rosenberg. I was actually, prior to coming to the state's attorney's office, at Dakota Plains Legal Services under their PCAP, the Pennington County Advocacy Project, as a defense attorney for a month shy of 10 years. And then I started at the state's attorney's office February 22nd of 22, which is certainly an easy number for me to remember and keep in mind. And Commissioner Hadcock, I very much agree with your comments. And our office still does that, actually, with the RAE. So we do ultimately bring children into court, but our office also does a number of things outside of the court with the community. In terms of juveniles coming to court, our first consideration is the best interests of the child. That's required by law, although it's also best practice. When we are considering what experience a child has, that just makes sense. Children, they have less experience. They make mistakes. We know that, but we don't want those mistakes to ruin a child's life when they become an adult. And so that's our number one consideration. When you consider as a question, what's important for a criminal case? Well, it's, has this person broken the law? And certainly that is a consideration for a juvenile matter as well. But it's twofold. Have they broken the law? And what manner of moving forward is in the best interest of that particular child? We start with diversion. That's also required in specific instances by statute. Sometimes if a child doesn't fall in the mandatory requirement, we still might consider it if it is in that child's best interest, if there's a victim and they want to see that, and work with that child informally. If diversion fails or they don't qualify, then we start looking at bringing that juvenile into court, and that process looks a lot like what you would expect, except that the proceedings are not public. You can't walk in and watch them. A juvenile hears their rights, they get an attorney if they want one or need one, and they admit or contest and go from there. Outside of that, we're still doing that RAE process. We participate in the case processing agreement. I actually just proposed some edits today about some mandatory statutes that we have yet to address when we're running those rays and deciding whether it's safe to release a juvenile or not. And we also have that community response team where we're meeting with other community members, other stakeholders, JSC, ARISE, law enforcement and schools, youth outreach teams to assess, are there some kids that we keep hearing their names that we can intervene with and try to get on a better path and come up with ways either to keep them from entering the delinquency system, or if they're already in it, to try to get them out and on a better path. Beyond that, I think Ms. Erickson and Ms. Kruger have covered what I would comment upon.
So you're not as shy as we thought. And you know
but-
the system, thank you.
Yeah, just one final thing that I wanted to touch on. So mental holds, that $1 million that comes out of our budget that Laura had mentioned at the beginning of this presentation. So our office is responsible for paying for mental holds that comes out of our budget. In 2023, we had 1,237 holds. So I'd like to explain what that means. So a hold is just when somebody files a petition on another individual, and then our Board of Mental Illness basically determines that that person meets at least a minimum criteria to be held for a certain amount of time by statute. So once a hold is filed, there's a number of different ways that a mental hold can be dropped. It can be dropped by our county QMHP. It can be dropped by the doctors at the hospital. It can be dropped at Pivot Point over by their professionals over there. So while you see that, 1,200 number, it's around 1,200 still this past year. And then you see that the number of commitments, so the people that were actually found to be in need of services and basically forced to go have services, that's what those commitments represent. Obviously, your hold number is way higher than your commitment number. So to me, what that means is essentially we are only sending the people that are having the most issues, having the hardest time to seek further services against their will, right? Because mental holds, involuntary commitments, they're called involuntary commitments because the person doesn't have a choice in whether they participate or don't participate. And I think that it's really good, and I actually brought some historical data to show that our commitment orders are down. In 2020, they were 160, 2021, 165, and then 2022, 92, 23, 55, and then they went a little bit back up last year. But I think that speaks to the community's attempts to try things that are different. So we have the Pivot Point facility now. EMS has now renamed themselves, I think, to West River Mental Health, but they are also providing outpatient services to individuals with severe mental illnesses. And so I see that this number going down is a good thing, because that means that we're not sending people to HSC that don't really need to go there. We're trying to have them try outpatient services first, try Pivot Point first, so that way we're not spending those taxpayer dollars to send somebody to HSC when maybe we could have tried something that was more community-based that, statistically, and this is kind of my background from undergrad, statistically, most of the time inpatient doesn't work as well as outpatient. So if we can try outpatient services first and have less people coming into the system and have less people being involuntarily committed against their will, that's a good thing to me. And then one just small aside, we also help with drug and alcohol commitment hearings, specifically when they come from Care Campus, because we represent Care Campus as a county entity. So when drug and alcohol commitments are filed by Care Campus, we represent Care Campus and we assist people in getting those people to the services that they need. Once again, those are involuntary commitment proceedings, but we have a really nice streamlined kind of process to get the people that really want help help that they need. And so those are just some of the things that the civil department does. I don't know if I could really list off every single thing that we do because it's a lot. I mean, any question that ever comes up legally, it comes to us. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask me or Laura at the end. Yes, Jerry.
Commissioner Dur.
Yeah, on the mental holds, 1,201 mental holds, I'm curious, and I'm gonna guess it's not 1,201 individuals, so how many of those individuals recycle back through the system?
I don't know that I have those numbers in front of me, but I can certainly get them for you. But just in my experience, because I've done mental holds for the entirety of the time that I've been in the civil division, there is a lot of recycle. So those numbers are new filings, not necessarily one person who may have, 6 filings. We definitely see repeat individuals that, may have been released on their hold and struggled again in the community and had a new hold filed on them. So certainly that 1,200, it represents probably less people, but not as much of I suppose it still represents a need. Obviously, there's a need, but it probably represents less people than 1,200, if that makes sense.
Correct. Yeah, and the system's gotten a lot better, but it is the mental health side that's a big impact on not only our budget, our community, and it's got a big impact on everyone in the community, to include law enforcement and everybody that's tied into this. So I do remember in my law enforcement days, one individual that I think might still hold the record, but I think in my tenure, that individual had, gone to Yankton like 60 times plus.
And,
So-
we don't see that quite as often anymore, just because we do have so many community-based services that we're trying not to send people to Yankton as much as we can, because, Yankton is far away. And for a lot of these people, there's statutory obligations, obviously, for us to get them back to the community that they're from. But it's really disruptive if all of your services, your family, everybody that you know is here and you're sent halfway across the state. So if we can provide them services locally, that's what we try to do if it's possible.
Mr. Chair,
Roskinick.
this might be for Laura. On page 10, it says felonies are down 627 in 2024. And so with that being said, I'm just curious why those felony charges are down that much, and if they're down that much, can we translate that to a cost savings for the county?
Yes, Commissioner. Absolutely, it does. And I think, statistically, you've seen the sheriff and the chief of police report out that our crime rate is down, which is fantastic, except for those murders, which, that's a real problem for us and something, it takes us years to work through a murder case. It's something that we can't resolve quickly. But yes, absolutely, the decrease in filings in all of these departments that you see translates into savings for the taxpayer. And it's really about, in listening to Ms. Kruger talk about prioritizing community resources, I really want to emphasize that the majority of our work is done in court. Absolutely, 80% of our work is done in court. But the 20% of work that we do that's not in court is so crucial, because it's those community connections and prioritization of needs of individuals that all of our attorneys are doing and our staff is supporting. That's what results in the cost savings, is doing that upfront work, like Commissioner Hadcock was talking about.
I guess the other question would be, we've heard that the jail is running near full capacity, so is that having any impact on your department in 2024, and do you expect any changes in 2025?
Yes, so we're definitely feeling the pinch of the fact that the penitentiary is full. The judges are very much aware of that. They're trying to send less people to prison. Statutes are being made all the time that keep people in communities instead of putting them in prison. So the push then is on the county jail to be the provider of absolutely everything for, from the mentally ill to the homeless, the unhoused people to the criminal people. They all assemble in our sheriff's jail, and I'm blessed in that I've never had my sheriff ever say to me, "I'm full." And that has not been the case in the past. we've faced that pinch, and he always makes room. But, you know, we are all aware, and we're trying to message to the community that the inn is full now. There's nowhere else to house people in the county jail. And the pinch of the penitentiary pushes back on the county jail, who then becomes obligated to kind of be everything for everyone. So we're lucky that we have a sheriff that's sophisticated enough to understand that and understand how to minimize impact on jail. But I've said it time and time again, I'm a diversion first state's attorney, but when you've been given opportunities and you haven't taken them, there needs to be a punishment part of that. And so I have been relying more extensively on our county jail for even low-level offenders, like when you heard about retail theft from the misdemeanor department. You know, we prioritize that, so we're going to prosecute every single theft. I don't care if it's 50-cent candy bar. We were not doing that historically, and you do see it reflected in our numbers on the misdemeanor department. Those numbers for retail theft and petty theft are higher. But if you're ultimately going to shoplift 15 times and never see a day jail, and that's just not something that I can support. So I'm blessed that I have a sheriff that said, no, absolutely, you send them, I'll house them, I'll find a way. But we're reaching the end of that, as we all know.
Well, I like her strategy, you know, these people are out there shoplifting and they do it because they get away with it.
Yeah.
But once you put the hammer down, you do it, you're going to be charged and you're going to go to jail. So I appreciate that because I really think the reason we see a decrease in certain crimes is because you're being tough on people. So
Yes, thank you.
appreciate that.
All right, so we'll try to go a little bit faster here. Our next two departments are a smaller conversation point, but are so crucial to the services we provide. So this is Director Morshing. I think you've all seen Kim Morshing before. She's going to talk about juvenile diversion, which, remember, is statutorily mandated, and then our expansion of adult diversion under her watch and the progress she's making there.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Kim Morshing. I'm the Director of Diversion. I'm, I believe, a 12-year employee. Time has passed very quickly, but I believe I've been around for 12 years. Our diversion program began over 20 years ago and is recognized as a model initiative statewide and regionally. Each year, we achieve significant cost savings by reducing prosecution expenses and diverting low-level offenders from traditional judicial process. This program connects individuals with community resources, including drug and alcohol treatment, counseling, and more, ensuring that they receive the tools they need to overcome challenges and reintegrate as productive members into our community. Importantly, our program offers offenders structured opportunity to make amends through measures such as community service, apology letters, and most importantly, restitution. Without diversion, our courts could face longer case processing times, increased caseloads for prosecutors and public defenders, and ultimately burdening the entire judicial system. Both our adult and juvenile diversion programs have proven remarkably successful, with approximately 85 to 86% of individuals completing their diversion programs successfully. And also with low recidivism. I just recently, and I have to hand calculate this, so this did take me some time. I looked at 344 adult cases in the beginning of 2024. Of those individuals, only 17 reoffended. Of those 17, 12 were low-level traffic. I think there were 2 minor in consumption or possession of alcohol, and one of them was actually a 17-year-old that turned 18, and it was a truancy case. Of those 17, 16 were prosecuted for their second offense. So I want you to know that there are consequences to not taking it seriously in diversion. These outcomes not only result in substantial taxpayer savings, but also underscore the effectiveness of a diversion approach that benefits our community as a whole. I would also point out to you, as stated earlier, juvenile diversion is a mandatory program, is a mandated program. Prosecuting attorneys make the decision to refer to diversion, and they do so after reviewing national criminal background checks or criminal histories. So they've reviewed that person's history before they decide they're eligible for diversion. Defendants must be guilty of their crime to be in diversion. They will either sign an initialist statement, they will sign a document, or in higher level cases, they will write a letter of responsibility admitting their guilt. Unsuccessful completions are always sent back to the prosecutor for formal charges in court. I also mentioned just a second ago that letter of responsibility. For the adult cases that wrote a letter of responsibility, if they fail in diversion and they go back to court, that letter is used as evidence against them, and the defendant is informed of that. Restitution cases are never completed successfully in diversion if they did not pay their whole restitution by the time we gave them to. And in cases where victims involved, you'll be meeting Director Petro. Her team reaches out and talks to them about diversion, explains diversion, and gets their input, and they decide. Do you have any questions?
Mr. Chair.
Yep.
One question on the admit of guilty.
Yes.
So has the diversion already been established that they will be into the diversion program if they admit that? Or is it still questionable whether or not they're going to make it to the diversion part, even if they make the admittance?
By the time it comes to diversion, they haven't admitted guilt. So what we do is we talk to them about, this is an optional program, but to participate in it, you must admit guilt.
Okay, thank you.
And sometimes people don't, and then they're not for us.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Oh, go ahead, Commissioner. I just wanted to expand on that because I think that it's important to them to admit that they did something wrong before the program works for them. Is that the reason for that?
You
Okay.
can't change your behavior if you did nothing wrong.
Right, okay, that makes sense.
100%.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Commissioner
Kim,
Hancock.
for what you do. The bottom line is the outcomes and the recidivism. So if the outcomes and the repeat offenders and you're not doing anything about it, the outcomes look like you've had a lot of people. But if you've had recidivism, you're kind of, to me, for the data, it's not really working. So based on your outcomes, and that's what I like about how the diversion program works, it shows that. It doesn't just show data, because I can throw a bunch of data on a page, but if I don't have the real outcomes of that data, without sounding rude, you can skew that data. So with outcomes, and then Jerry, Commissioner Durr asked about even on the mental health part, what are the outcomes? So if you have recidivism, you have 1,200 people, and 800 of them are repeat offenders, I mean, something's not working. So that tells me, we need to change something, or those diversion, or that area where they're trying to make a difference that program needs to change somewhere. What I've learned about in diversion, and I don't know much about the adult side, but being with JSC for a long time, they just keep changing some of the, like Andrea said, they changed some of the Ray. She's looking at how they can change some of those pieces and parts that make it even more successful. That's how programs, we don't, and that's why I was talking about programs before. You have 10 programs, take the piece that works and get rid of the other part of the program and keep adding it to it, because by the time you're done, those recidivism, those outcomes are a lot higher than keep repeating 10 different programs over and over again, expecting a different result. What I've seen from you, Kim, and your diversion programs in general, not just you, your state's attorney's office, is they're always changing to a certain extent. And then the main part is the guilt. And Ron's right, if they don't admit the guilt and you're just taking them and going, okay, we're going to change you, but they don't feel like they did anything wrong, you're not really changing the outcome. So thank you for your information, and I knew a lot of what you did just from listening to some of the stuff from JSC, but I appreciate what you guys do.
I would say, Vice Chairman, that sometimes people say, well, I'm not guilty, but I want to do this because it's easier. And I'm like, yep, nope.
And I can tell you,
Door.
Kim won't make it easier. I've hung around Kim, and it's a positive not making it easier, because she makes them do it right.
So my question is, and I'm not that familiar about diversion, but under adult diversion, it says 516 new cases, 439 successful, and 77 terminated. Can you explain to me what terminated means?
That they were not, they either had a reoffense or that they were not completing their requirements successfully. They weren't going to treatment, they weren't whatever.
Okay, so they just didn't follow the plan. Okay.
Yep, and we take that very seriously.
Is there a consequence for that then?
Yeah, you get charged formally in court,
Okay.
100% of the time.
Like I said, I don't know the diversion
Yeah,
program.
no, it's a great question, because I think sometimes people think that they just wander off, that we can unsuccessfully complete them and let them just wander back in the community, and that is absolutely not the truth. I live in this community, I want a safe community, so there's a
Okay, well, thank
If you
you.
didn't take me seriously the first time, you don't get a second time.
I think that follows up with
Yeah,
what
I've
Commissioner
got it.
Hadcock said about her being tough and not easy, so.
And she had good kids, so that tells you something.
Any other questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner.
Yeah, I have a question. So on the diversion, the juvenile diversion, one thing we've seen, and I'd like to see a correlation to this and the adult diversion, and you can speak to it, and I'm sure the number's out there somewhere, but my point is, these diversion programs, and we've seen a less of a juvenile populace in our juvenile detention center, and so is that directly correlated to these diversion programs?
I don't know if you can make a direct correlation, because many of the times that if a young person is in JSC, the Western South Dakota Juvenile Services Center, they're probably not my kids.
Okay.
It's a higher level crime than what diversion would be. Diversion is lower level.
All right.
Any other questions?
All
Victims
right.
assistant.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me an opportunity to share. Director Tiffany Petro. So one of our key responsibilities at the State's Attorney's Office is our support of victims of crime throughout the justice process. Our team of 6 average anywhere from 300 to 500 cases each, serving victims at various levels. Each victim of a crime gets to decide how much interaction they want to have with our office, but we can provide education about the justice system, awareness of what's happening, but beyond that, we're also providing education about their experiences and trauma and helping them understand as they're beginning, often at the very beginning of their healing journey. We accompany them to court so that no one has to sit through this process alone. I like to call us guides on the side, so to speak, as we help them navigate through. Each of these cases represents a life of someone who's been impacted by harm in our community. It's important to note that a victim services program is legally required because I truly believe that there's no greater calling a community can answer than to serve those who are most in need. Our victim services program ensures that each person, regardless of the type of crime they experience, have their rights protected and upheld throughout the life of the case and often beyond, as we partner with state services like SAVIN to help keep victims informed of where individuals might be incarcerated or paroled. That information helps reassure safety and trust back in the community that they can go on and move forward with their lives. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Thank you and welcome to Pennington County.
Thank you.
All right, good morning. I am the last slide, so thanks for hanging out with us and asking great questions. So I'll try and make this snappy. So my name is Katie Urban. I'm the Public Information Officer for the Pennington County State's Attorney's Office. It was a position created about 1.5 years ago, and I'm lucky to be the first one in it. And really, the goal of the position was to ensure transparency, which is one of those values that we really that we have right in our mission statement. And we want to build relationships with our community. And we've worked really hard to build those relationships and build trust. Because when people trust us, outcomes change. For example, a victim who's had a strong connection with our office is more apt to proceed with prosecution, or a juror who understands what we do might make a more informed decision when he or she serves on a jury. Whether it's meeting with business owners for retail theft or hosting victim listening sessions, we are just really trying to connect and build those relationships. So with that, and I'm going to show kind of a few things that we do to ensure transparency. So we launched a podcast in September called Justice in Action. And we have covered everything from mental health commitments, why plea agreements are an important and necessary part of the justice system, to kind of true crime Rapid City style, where we go into our archives and we look at a case that we prosecuted from start to finish. And that way people can hear really what that process looks like from beginning to end. We've talked a lot about retail theft, so I won't hit on that again. We hosted some community events this year. Victims' Rights Week is always in April. We're going to do it again this year. You'll be getting an invitation. But we had a luncheon. We had a lot of folks come. We were able to share what we do, why victims' rights are important. And then we held a day of remembrance in September. That was the first time we've done that. And that was very well attended. And people that came remembered the people that they lost in their lives due to violent crime. So we are trying to make more, have more opportunities for people to connect with us. And then real quickly, the Major Crimes Unit, you probably heard about that. I sent a release out on that last May. That is a unit that we've created to make sure that our highest priority cases, those are your really serious murders, sexual assaults, those are going to be handled by a unit that is comprised of the most experienced attorneys and most experienced legal secretaries, and Steve Neville, who is a great investigator. So we're really trying to make sure that those cases are getting the attention that they deserve. And I think that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Katie. Laura, I have one, sorry.
Questions?
Sorry, Chair.
Good. Any questions?
I apologize.
Got a question? Go ahead.
Yes. So what do legal secretaries do?
Legal secretaries do literally everything.
Are they like the
So-
paralegals? Is that
Yes,
what
some
you're
of
talking
them,
about? Okay.
some of them are high-level paralegals. We have a couple that, and they do like legal research and writing, like right below an attorney. And the legal secretaries do all of the support paperwork, motion filing, court date updating, all of the secretarial work that is underneath a prosecution. And they're in the civil department too, supporting them in the same way. So
Okay,
we have
thank you.
quite a few legal secretaries, and they're all amazing.
So a paralegal is different than a legal secretary?
It is. A paralegal is a higher level legal secretary. They're paid more, and they're given more responsibility along the lines of actual legal research and writing.
So do you have, so out of the 24 legal secretaries, are there paralegals or are they under the attorneys?
I have two, or do I just have one right now? I just have one paralegal right now. Sometimes we have two, depending on their experience, and everybody else is a legal secretary.
Okay, thank you.
But they all answer to the attorneys.
Yes, sir, or yes, ma'am. Sir.
Thank you. Other questions?
Yes.
Commissioner Durr?
So, and I think you brought, anyway, excellent presentation.
Yep.
It's great, informative, and, yeah, it was just good information about what your office does and what's transpiring within our community. The question, and I think you may have brought this forward, I think I sat back there last year as you were going through budget process. And one thing that I would like to look at, and I'm sure you've got the numbers, but it would be the caseload per your attorneys.
Yes, and Commissioner Durr, I know that it's unreasonable. I know that they have too many cases. There's just not a lot I can do about it. The state's attorney's office does not get to divert any of their work to any other office. Like you might think an example of Eric Witcher in the public defender's office. When he feels like his attorney's caseload is full, he can divert to legal services and he can divert to the private bar. I don't have that, and of course you know that, Commissioner Durr, but for the people that are listening, I mean, if a case gets filed, we are it. We bring the charges. So I can't control the caseload and I can't do a lot to minimize that, other than the work I'm doing to divert the right cases. That takes some of the pressure off of attorneys, and the specialty courts takes a little bit of pressure off of the attorneys, but we assist in those specialty courts, so not really. So my attorneys are also, 4 of them are serving a day a week on a specialty court, which is an enormous time commitment. And I know recently that my good friend Daniel Hagar in Minnehaha County, he's the state's attorney there, he had to pull his attorneys out of specialty courts. And people are not happy about it. But when you don't have enough attorneys and you keep having more and more cases, and higher level cases too, on the criminal side, something's got to give. And so that's where he gave. We're still fighting. We're going to do everything with the troops that we have. But yes, I'm well aware of their caseloads being too high.
Okay. So, yeah, follow-up would be, that was a good answer coming from the state's attorney, our caseload is high per individual. But what I would like to see is, as we go through the budget process, because you can look at, I think it was in the bills in it was the first week of February, I think we had, hundreds of thousands in court-appointed attorney fees because some of that was a carryover from fiscal year '24, not getting the billing in. But what I would like to see as we go through this, and we'll ask this, at least I will anyway, I think the commission would support it, that we look at, this ties into, this is one piece of the puzzle, and so we have the prosecutory side looking at this and the different diversion programs, but it goes into, which is a huge impact on us, is the public defender's office. We have a contract, was mentioned, with Dakota Plains. We have court-appointed attorneys. And so getting a breakout of the cases that you're handling and then what that breakout is per attorney. And then on the flip side of that, to represent the other side, the number of cases we have per public defenders, the Dakota Plains, and then outside of those two, and then there's a laundry list of court-appointed. And so those are some of the things I want to look at, and I know that you guys do a lot, and I appreciate it. And so the other flip side of that is, like you said, you're getting all the caseload, and then how the court system and the rest of this is divided up. It's something that I would look at because we're funding it as well, not just your office, so.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Dern. I'll be sure to bring you those numbers. I mean, I can tell you just off of the top of my head, our 6 misdemeanor attorneys, their caseloads in a day, like they're responsible for that case right now. We're not talking about warrants or things they haven't charged yet, like active on their docket between 800 and 1,000 cases. So, and these are the attorneys that are straight out of law school. Which is a very difficult caseload, and when you get down to the numbers and compare them to what defenders are doing, they're doing a fraction of what we're doing. Our felony attorneys, much to Ms. Siglin's chagrin, are hovering right around 300 felony cases each that they're handling at a time every day. If a defender handles 150 in a year, you'll hear Eric Witcher talk about how that's too much. And mine have double that every day on their docket. So, I mean, we have to meet the demand. And yeah, I think the numbers are important. It's not exactly apples to apples, but it's pretty darn close to prosecution and defense of a case. You could argue it either way. I would argue the prosecution is more difficult because we're bringing the charges. We have the burden of proof and the responsibility to move that forward. But when you get to comparing the numbers, you'll see that mine are probably double what any of the defenders are doing.
All right.
So Chair, I'd follow up on what Jerry's talking about, if I could, please.
Done, Jerry?
Yes.
So
Thank you.
And for some reason, I thought that in court, it wasn't just public defenders. I thought you could divert your case because of conflict. I thought Vargo had said that, like, if Miss Katie was doing a case and you were doing a case, and these two people were related, that you couldn't prosecute that because it would be, remember, a conflict of interest or something. That never happens at your office?
No.
You already know that before it comes?
Right. So, Vice Chair Hadcock, what you're thinking of is a situation that would absolutely apply to defenders. Like if you have Katie and I commit a crime together, the public defender's office can't represent us both because we might have contrary interests. I might want to blame Katie and Katie might want to blame me. The public defender divides those out, and that's when you get those collateral appointments to the legal services or to the private bar. The state's attorney's office, we handle all of the defendants in every case. The only time we would conflict off is if one of our staff members were charged with a crime. I can't prosecute one of my staff members. One of them has a speeding ticket or ran a red light, I think it was. So that needs to be handed off. So I called one of my friends, and like my friends in Meade County, most reliably, State's Attorney Bordewick would take that for me. So the only other conflict you would ever see, other than prosecution of one of us or one of our family members, is the Attorney General does do some highway patrol cases that involve a high amount of drugs. They used to do more. We recently heard from Attorney General Jackley that we were going to be responsible for all of the highway patrol cases now, which is going to impact us quite a bit next year. They're only going to take higher than class 5. So the majority of those drug offenses are 5s and 6s. To get to a 4, you're talking about a large quantity of drugs at the distribution or manufacturing level. So Attorney General Jackley is signaling that he does not have the capacity to support us in that way any longer. So no, we don't conflict in the way that you've described.
But wasn't there a law passed and that didn't affect you guys? I thought Vargo was up here talking about the law that passed, remember with, maybe Katie, you remember the conflict issue, whether it be in his office, that he couldn't take the cases.
The only thing that I know of is what Laura said. So for example, just like she said, or the school board, if there was an issue with the school board, our office couldn't prosecute it because I'm on the school board. So just if there is a direct conflict.
It wasn't that you guys were doing, even if you have two different people that you know and you have to defend them, you still do. That law didn't apply, it only was in public defender's office. Because when I saw the vouchers, what Jerry's talking about, I thought it was some of that law that you guys had to divert back just because I saw who the attorneys were that were prosecuting or defending in both cases, so.
Yeah, nope, so we're responsible for all of it. That would only apply to the public defender.
I've been here for a while, so I just learned something. Thank you.
Commissioner Durr?
No, I was just going to say it was excellent. I learned a couple things today. I'd like to see you two debate each other, have a mock court,
Oh, I would
and let's
lose.
go at it.
Just listen to our podcast, and you'll
Right.
have that opportunity.
Yes.
And
Debate her on
secondarily, that you noted that our sheriff is sophisticated, so
Yes, he is. Well, and that relates to what's important to both of us is that time spent in jail be meaningful. And so you've heard a lot about that, and you'll continue to hear that no time should be wasted. Even time incarcerated is valuable time that people can use to better themselves, and both the sheriff and I feel strongly about that.
yeah. And one last comment, as I toured your office, a couple things. One, I noticed that Roxy has other talents, so I saw a lot of the photos in your office are credited to her.
Yes, she
Okay.
is a very talented photographer.
All right. And then, have you guys worked on making that move?
We are working on it. I heard from Director Purcell that our furniture has been ordered, and it's on its way. So we will be moving victims' assistance and diversion over into what I'm calling the East Tower. Thank you again for that opportunity to use that space while it's available. It's going to be very helpful for them to have actual offices where they can meet with people and talk privately with people. That's not a luxury they've had before.
All right.
Thank you.
Commissioner Roskinek, anything?
Nope, I'm good, thank you.
Commissioner Drews, anything? I just wanted to make a comment. I thank you for your presentation, and I thank you for being a politician and actually followed through on some of your what you talked about and running, and that was number one, transparency, which I get a lot of comments from the public about the transparency factor. And so that's a good thing, and the other thing is going after the low-level crimes. I know that's causes a lot more heartache, but I think in the diversion process, I think you, like they had mentioned earlier, it's going to be preventative for the future. We had a golf ball coming down the garden hose with all these juveniles that never had any accountability, and now that they face a little bit of accountability, that will help. And I also I have some great comments from your department. I wanted to share them with you. I had a friend who was involved in some, she had gotten attacked by a gentleman. They ended up losing the case. It was tried twice. But the compassion that your prosecutors had for her, for the circumstances, for the family, everybody that was involved was super amazing. That's how they got through the resolution of that happened in the end. And I just wanted to share that with you, that they shared that with people, that even though the outcome was not what they expected, in the end, the way they were treated by your office and how the compassion that you guys feel, and I can see that when you come up here, and I feel bad for Jay and Eric because they're outnumbered, but I think they have a good crew of people to be outnumbered with, but
Women.
I can't tell you enough that I feel the compassion. Yesterday I met with, or ran into one of my friends that works in your victims assistance department. I know that you guys put up with a lot. And today we met the gal who just came over for victims assistant. I know the trauma that you guys see every day for the average everyday person, it would be unbelievable. I mean, they couldn't comprehend it. And so a person that can stay for 20-some years, God bless you, that's huge. What you guys do is huge. It's not a no-thank job a lot of times, but I think that when there is thanks, that a lot of people don't share that with you. I just wanted to let you know that I heard good things in the community about those instances, and I appreciate your presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the opportunity. We appreciate all of you and your support, and we look forward to all the other departments doing similar presentation for you.
Mr. Chair, so Laura, how do we get this out to the general public? We looked at it for an hour, maybe over an hour. And I think it's really important that the community of Rapid City knows exactly what the state's attorney's office does and
Yes.
and
Yeah.
appreciate them for what they do.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Roskinick. That's Katie's job. So this PowerPoint that she's presented, she and I will present throughout the community all year long. We talk to civic organizations, and literally anyone that will have us, either Katie or I, or both of us, depending on availability, will go and present out on the work that we do. She issued a press release about our annual report. It was covered by several of the news stations. So yeah, we're constantly trying to get that transparency out of the work we do. The good, the bad, and the ugly of the state's attorney's office is the people's business.
Thank you.
Good, the bad, and ugly, that's the way to put it. So, they could tune into your podcast, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Justice
Go
in
ahead and plug it
action,
if you
look
like.
up. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on. No motion required. Move on to item number 11. Items from Building and Grounds, B&G Director Davis Purcell. Notice of intent to rescind surplus declaration 1986 Chevrolet D30 military plow truck.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm going to try to get through this without coughing here. It's a pretty straightforward memo that I wrote. So essentially, I had declared a vehicle as surplus on the February 18th meeting, and I'm just looking to rescind that to transfer it to the sheriff's office. They have a service shop on Center Street that they could use it for. The truck also has a plow and a sander on it as well, so they'll be able to plow some of their own service shop area. That's usually the last building we go to, if we go to it at all, if we have time to plow it. So that's what I'm looking for here. Next meeting, I'll come back and ask for the transfer.
Perfect, straightforward.
So-
Is there a good motion on this item or any questions?
Chair.
Yep.
Motion to
Commissioner
give
Hadcock.
notice of intent to make a motion to rescind the declaration of one 1986 Chevrolet D30 military plow truck and its asset number 48302 as surplus for the purpose of the sale through online auction as approved by the Board of Commissioners. I got Brittany's glasses on. Board of Commissioners on February 18th, 2025, and continue this item to the March 18th, 2025 board meeting for that purpose, and to transfer said truck to the Pennington County Sheriff's Office.
We got a second?
Second.
We've got a motion from Hadcock and a second from Durr. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you.
Thanks.
And items from Highway Department, Highway Superintendent Joe Miller. Construction change order number 10, P6403, PCN 08P3, South Rochford Road reconstruction. Sir, go ahead.
Good morning, Commission. Joe Miller, Pennington County Highway Department here. So this is a change order that came to us from the state last year, and this change order is due to plans quantities error from the design. There's been several issues with plans quantities and different things with the plan set from when this project was bid. So this change order, the primary is an additional water cost due to the drought and not having enough plans quantities in the original plan set when it was reviewed and approved by the state. The change order is in the amount of $218,815. Overall, the project costs are still under what the bid was by about $50,000. So there will be another change order coming here. Just learned about when I went and met with the state on this one. The salvage material on the road was not, the plans quantities again was not sufficient. So I don't know exactly what the dollar amount on that one is going to be, but that one will likely be coming back in front of you again, or coming back in front of you. Currently, all the costs are covered by a 0% SIB loan through the State Infrastructure Bank. And what that is our, the state, we get money from the federal government every year in the about $1 million. Heine Junge, the previous superintendent, banked that for this project in Sheridan Lake Road. There was about $5.2 million when we started this project. And then we'll fund this out for, I believe it was 15 years with that, making the payment for that SIB loan. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Madam Vice Chair.
Any discussion, Ron Roskinick?
Joe, just an update on the South Rochford Road. Number one is they were supposed to be done last September. original agreement. So now, what is the finish date? Somewhere in July 2025?
So, as you know, 385 is also being under construction. And the state just let, I believe it was in October of last year, they let a surfacing job for that. So there's about 150,000 tons of asphalt to go up Highway 16 and Highway 44. And Simon Contractors has both the asphalt for South Rochford and 385. So we just had a meeting with the state and Simon to try and figure out how all of that's going to work. The current thought process is the state, or excuse me, Simon is going to start on 385 because they can start there earlier due to the temperature constraints. Hopefully get a bottom mat on that. And then, because there is a rally restriction on that, they have to have that paved before the rally. And then after they get a bottom mat on there, or however far they get, then they'll mow up to South Rochford Road, and they'll stay there until it's paved. So the hope is the end of July, but again, with the same contractor having both jobs, we're gonna try and work with, the state is going to try and work with them to get hard surface on both of them in a timely fashion, so.
So if somebody asked me, I could say sometime this summer.
I would say the end of August would be a safe bet.
Okay, is there for not being able to get their contract done on time, is there some kind of a penalty involved with that?
I would like to take that discussion offline.
Okay, just something that I'm gonna be asking in the future, that's all.
Yeah, the short answer is no. And I can explain the reasoning offline.
Okay.
Any more questions from
Motion?
motion? We'll get a motion
I'll
on
go
this.
ahead, make the motion, Mr. Chair, move the authorized highway department to approve construction change order number 10 for the South Rochford Road reconstruction project in the amount of $218,815.
Second.
We got a motion from Roskinek and a second from Drews. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We'll move into item B, authorization to contract for full depth reclamation, 154th Avenue.
So, we've been having monthly meetings with the city of Rapid City, city of Box Elder, the state, and I believe Ellsworth Air Force Base is on there, on those monthly calls. And we learned that the city of Rapid City is contracted with All States Paving out of Minnesota to do a cement stabilization on Longview Road. Their portion, there's about a mile and I think about 2.25 miles behind the airport. When they annexed the airport, they took jurisdiction of that road, and they're finally going to grind that up and put some cement stabilization on there and then pave it back. When we learned of that, cement stabilization is something that we had in our budget this year to do on a road that we were looking for a candidate for. Just so happens that 154th is a piece of gravel road that 233rd to Longview is about 2 miles. It's got quite a high average or daily traffic count on it. So we chose 154th to do a cement stabilization on. And then we will also chip seal that this year after that cement stabilization is completed. It'll remove that short section of gravel road for us, make the road better for the traveling public, as it is a highly traveled road and it does tend to washboard quite easily. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Durham, do you have any?
Yeah, I do have one question, and it relates to not specifically this project, but on annexations. So on the annexation of, let's just say, Box Elder, the Rapid City, they're doing an annexation. Do they always incorporate the road? Is that in our annexation agreements?
We don't.
Because I've seen annexations where they will annex, they will go right up to the main road, they will leave that, and that's still our expense. And so I'm curious if that's happening.
As of to date, no, it is not. We have several instances through the state, and we've worked with Commissioner Weifenbach on some of those issues. There's, 1416 in Box Elder is a prime example. 151 Liberty Boulevard, Haynes Avenue. There's several roads that have been annexed right up to, or even to the center of those roads, or annexed on both sides of those roads, and the entity has not taken the road. It's not really clear in statute on the requirement for them to take that road. So there was some legislation that was put through, or a bill that was introduced this year that I think I worked with Gary a little bit on. And that bill, I believe, has been deferred to the 41st day for this year, or it's been tabled, one of the two. But there is some future legislation that the counties need to work on to clean up that issue.
Yeah.
Thank you,
'Cause-
Commissioner Dur. That's a great question.
Yeah, it's always, I mean, I've seen it where you do, you know, you just kind of do spot annexation, but to get what you want, but you're not taking in the road to get you to that annexation, so.
I can let you
That's
know
a
that.
talking point for us as a board as we look at these annexations.
I've been
so.
working with Joe on a bunch of different areas. It's not ready for prime time yet, but when we get to the point where we can bring it to you guys and actually make a presentation, or, you know, like you said, Box Elder's one big one. We had a meeting with those guys out there. We're trying to get a plan together that we can bring to the commission that can get everybody on board to try to stop this from happening, because it does cause a huge problem when, you know, city wants to annex all the way up to the road, or, you know, a municipality wants to annex all the way up to a road, and they don't want to take the road, and then they let the road get wore out because we're plowing and trying to take care of it, and now there's roads that need millions of dollars, but Joe had a pretty good plan on some of these, and we got a list of them that we'll be working on. There's a couple that nobody claims at all. So when we get that ready for prime time, we will bring it to the commission and let you guys aware of that. So we got a motion on the table for this item?
Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead, Joe.
More item. The most important part, the estimated cost for this project, the cement stabilization, is $300,000, which is accounted for in our budget, so.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
I'd make the motion to authorize the Highway Department to contract with All States Pavement Recycling and Stabilization, Inc., Rogers, Minnesota, for full depth reclamation of a portion of 154th Avenue utilizing the City of Rapid City, South Dakota bid awarded on January 21, 2025.
With a motion from Drew and a second from Ross Connect. Any comment on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Moving on, thank you, Joe.
Thank you,
Move on to item 13 from the Safety Committee, Walter McDuff, Risk Manager. Action is the Safety Committee bylaws and county safety policy. Thank you, Walter. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. Walter McDuff, Pennington County Risk Manager. So at the last meeting on February 18th, this was brought to you guys for informational purposes only, for you guys to go over them. I'm bringing, and there should actually be two items, one for the bylaw and one for the policy, so item A and item B. But what I bring to you first is the bylaws for you to approve the bylaws for the Safety Committee, and I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions for Mr. McDuff? Commissioner Durr?
Yes. I'm assuming anyway that through our claims associates and safety benefits, are these some of the recommendations they made that are incorporated in the policy, or?
No, sir. So since we're not covered by OSHA and the state doesn't have an OSHA state plan, we don't have to follow any safety. But what this does for us through Safety Benefits, Inc. is provide us, they come and inspect our county and our buildings, and they look to see if we have a safety policy in place. And if we do, then what that does is they send that to SDPAA and let them know that we have an active safety policy for the county, and then that allows us to get a lower premium.
Correct. And I guess my question is, I know that they have a template for, you know, that policy. Did they provide that, or did we just go independent?
So, sir, I was going to speak about this on the next item, but
Sure.
yes, they provided me with their template, which I did follow in the beginning. That's why this has gotten to you guys almost about a year after the safety committee was established. But unfortunately, sorry, wrong choice of words. I had to remove all of that because we can't make a blanket safety policy for the whole county, because I don't expect for the auditor's office to have a lockout tagout policy. So that's why it is going to be tailored to specific departments. And then I will base those policies off of what the Safety Benefits, Inc. provided to me.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Durr. Anybody else? Commissioner Drew? No?
No, Mr. Chair, I'd make the motion
Sure.
to adopt the Safety Committee bylaws governing the establishment with the purpose of the Pennington County Safety Committee.
The motion from Drews and a second from Hadcock. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Motion, we'll move to number 2. Walter McDuff, you have the floor, sir.
Yes, sir, that's the safety policy I was talking about, and basically, it's written in there that each department will have a safety policy written 365 days from today's date if you guys do approve it, and it'll be tailored to each department, and I kind of mentioned that earlier with you, Commissioner Durr, on why we're doing it this way. I had written a robust safety policy, but talking to other departments, one, it stepped on them because they have some policies that they have to follow for accreditation. So, and then the others is, like I mentioned earlier, I don't expect departments to follow a lockout, tagout, confined space, a hazardous policy, et cetera. And so this, what this policy does is allows the safety community to write a policy specific to each department's needs.
Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Hadcock.
So in order to be on this committee, you have to know what the PCSC is and the PCSP is. Otherwise, you cannot be on this committee. So remember to look at your acronyms before you get on Walter McDuff's policy committee, because I'm on his policy committee, and it was just a joke, guys, but.
Is it
Yeah.
written in there?
No, it's not. It is,
wondering
it is
too.
not, but I was like, I was on his committee going, okay, we need to stop, guys. I have no idea what all these acronyms are. But to Walter's credit, very good committee, and it did make them all laugh. But, and he has changed it so I could understand what all the acronyms were. But thank you, Walter. Wonderful committee, and you know I was going to give you a little bit of
Yes, ma'am.
guff over that. Thank
Any
you,
other
sir.
questions, maybe a motion?
I'll make a motion to adopt the Pennington County Safety Policy as the county's official framework for implementing and maintaining safety protocols across all departments.
Second.
Motion from Durr
Second.
and a second from Hadcock. Any comments on that motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We'll move to item
Thank you,
number.
Walter.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. McDuff.
Thank you.
We
You're doing
appreciate
great
what you
work.
do. 14 is abatement request from Mr. William Cowan. Is Mr. Cowan, are you in the? Thank you. Come forward, please, and just give your name and address for the record, please.
My name's Will Cowan, address 11508 Gillette Prairie Road, Hill City.
Thank you, sir. Can you explain to us what's going on here? I've had
Well-
some conversation with you, I know, through the emails, but is that relating to the same thing?
Well, yes.
Okay.
And seeing, I didn't even know about abatements, but having seen all the ones that came through and the error that was made, and then to see Mr. Rittberger's letter saying deadlines are so important on the Tennyson case. I submitted, I was asked in December of 2021 by Joe Duran, to, however you pronounce his last name, to just update my ag status application. I turned it in to the office, DOE, on the 31st of January of '22. And then for me, when I opened it, because I flew for a hospital down south, gone for a week, I opened that 699 days later. I had gotten a letter from DOE that they mailed 689 days later, saying they were going to remove ag status if I didn't get them information. And this was going to be for the '24 tax year. Well, Tax 101 says the date of evaluation, the legal assessment date is 1 November. DOE wrote the letter on the 21st of December. So we are going through the appeal. The first deposition's tomorrow. We're running up legal expenses, and they missed the deadline. You know, and that didn't come up in the appeal last year until you guys had all voted. And two of the commission, not that it matters, this is all about November 1st. It was still ag. They actually removed ag status on the 31st of January, 2024. So it shouldn't be non-ag. And that's why I'm trying to save everybody money.
Right.
You know, it's cut and dry, don't really need to go into the other issues, I don't think, unless you have questions. And I think in the email, and I do have the first page of the property record card, it shows the dates on there. They didn't even look at it. There's nothing from January 31st, 22 until January 21st of 24 on their records.
So what is your property now? Is it ag or not?
No, it's non-ag. In fact, they removed it on the 21st of January last year.
Okay.
I did submit, at the appeal, Commissioner Rosknecht asked what it would take, cows. Well, I paid a lawyer $35,000 to fight this retainer. I could only afford 3 cows. They're on my property. I gave him a letter, said that. I gave him a bill of sale, but since the law says if you have over 61 acres, you don't have to show the income. In the discovery material, there's IRS publication 225 discusses farmland and crop share and how that profit, that was one of their issues, that I didn't profit. But
You have a managed unit then? Is that what you have?
no, I've got 60.
It's all contiguous?
It is contiguous, and that was another issue with this whole thing, but
So it's all
I showed
together?
them a plat. It is platted from 1986.
Okay.
So, and there's a lot that you all should look at in the discovery material. The assessor, in one part, I think it's, and I don't know if I'm allowed to share the information in the discovery material.
What I will say is we, as the county, are in active litigation with this individual, so I would caution the board in having conversations with him about litigation because we are actively opposing this individual that is here before you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Commissioner Rosknecht?
Yeah, Will come to me last year. That's my, I know that area pretty good. And really the nuts and bolts would be, that property's been classified ag for 20, 25 years, maybe even more.
Well, for me, and I got out of the Marine Corps in '93, I bought the first part of it, 35 acres, house is on, in 1994, and then the owners wanted to sell the other part, and I bought it in '03, so I had the whole plat. At that time, I applied for for ag status. I filled the form out wrong, and it wasn't the same owner. My mom was on the new property. Quit claimed it 2024. I applied again, had everything right. So since my application in 2024 that showed the plat, it has been ag.
So I think one of the things that I looked at was the intended use for profit. And I went out there and personally inspected the property, and that was my observation. But then in the interim, I think it will to kind of solidify that it was ag, put, like you said, three cattle or 3 cows, and again, this year it was, if I understand it, it was, again, classified as non-ag, and I think that's the nuts and bolts, but it's my understanding, if this is currently in litigation, which it is, we cannot consider an abatement during that period. That's my understanding. So maybe state's attorney can clarify a little bit. Even if we wanted to, well, we can't today because it's still in litigation.
Yes, so my understanding is that this is still in active litigation. The county is being represented at this time by Gunderson Palmer. This individual is seeking redress through the court system. It would be inappropriate and this body would not have jurisdiction nor do I think that it would be legally permissible to authorize an abatement pursuant to an AG opinion that's been in place since, I think, 1996, to authorize an abatement for this purpose, because there is a specific AG's opinion. It actually was a question from Pennington County asking if you could issue an abatement to reclassify a property on ag status. The AG's office said that you cannot do that. Right now, his redress is to seek redress through the court and let basically the judge decide whether the decision that this former commission made was correct or incorrect.
Mr. Chair, so if the decision is made that the property was ag and it was classified as non-ag, then then an abatement would be appropriate. No?
Well, so there's three ways in which you can challenge your property tax assessments and your classification and exemption. So there's just your regular appeal procedure, there is the abatement procedure, and then there is the pay under protest. Depending on what type of situation you have in front of you, depends on what you need to do in order to ensure that you preserve all of your rights. I am not going to give this individual advice on how to preserve his rights because I know that he is represented. If the commissioners would like to ask me that question, I could certainly provide that to you all in a legal memorandum that would obviously be confidential, but I'm not going to tell him how to do that correctly.
Yep, clear as mud.
Yeah, I think that, I'll entertain a motion or no motion or something, but obviously we got some work to do with our, I mean, when something, you know, I don't want to get into all of it, but something's ag for a long period of time, what changes, it should be pretty well black and white if something changed overnight. It's kind of like the veterans thing. Nothing changed, but it changed. We've got some work on our side. I apologize that we're in this position today because obviously we just sat for an hour and listened to how busy our state's attorney's office is, and now we're bringing, you know, charges again or trying to come to a conclusion. That's going to take a lot of their time over something that should have been more clear and more concise, and maybe I wasn't here at the time, but I'm not making an excuse for it. I'll take full responsibility for it, but we obviously as a commission got some decisions to make moving forward about how we look at these things. I think Commissioner Roskinek said something that was very clear. It's clear as mud. I made that argument or made that comment some time ago, and I'm not sure that anybody understood what I was trying to say, but people don't deal with this on a daily basis. I mean, you'd been there since the 90s, since you got out of the Marine Corps, and then come 2000, you know, 20 or 17 or whatever, 22, you're dealing with it again. It's not something you deal with on a daily basis.
Well, if I may.
Go ahead, if you want to say something, go ahead.
I understand they can come look at any time, but they don't agree that crop share leases are legitimate. And then missing the November 1st deadline, to me, if the commissioners wanted to drop the case, they could.
And I
do
get it, and I
this.
don't want to get into that.
And one more thing, you know, the forms being wrong earlier or different, take a look, and I brought this up at the appeal. DOR has a simple flow chart that fits 10-6-112. The county wants income for everything. The either or you have to get one of the two. They want income on both, so.
Unfortunately, you've fallen between the cracks of this board and a previous board, and I've been doing a lot of studying on what you're talking about, the differences between the DOR and our forms, which brings a lot of confusion to the common lay person who doesn't deal with this on a daily basis. I typically don't, but I've learned a lot in the last month about some of the ramifications that they can cause. And we're actually pitting ourselves against our own people that we represent, which is not our intention in the long run. So I know it doesn't do you any good today, but I think there's not a lot we can do for you today. I wish that we could take another look at it. We've been advised that we shouldn't. I know that I'm going to get whatever I say, I'm gonna get kicked back on anyway, and I don't wanna go down that road, but in the future, I can promise that we will be looking at this whole process. I mean, it seems pretty straightforward to me that we should match the Department of Revenue's forms. We should be working with you as a person to enjoy the benefit that you get if you have an agricultural property or an owner-occupied property, or whatever the case may be. And I think I've been, just on the ag lady that's there, I've worked with her in the past. She's done a super fantastic job for me, so I'm not sure where everything got all crossed up. But that being said, I'm not sure that there's anything we could do today for this, for you, Will.
Okay.
You know,
Well, I saw the abatement, and I thought maybe we could save a lot of
Oh,
time
I
and money.
appreciate it. I don't
So
want
I
you to-
filled out the form.
And we're taking a lot of their time, which is valuable, which you.
And the court's time.
And your time.
From what I hear.
Yeah, and money, and this could set a precedent for the whole state of South Dakota, because everybody's doing it a little bit different, which doesn't make sense when it's state law. So that's something that we got to address.
Mr. Chair,
Yep.
I'd make a motion, understanding that the matter for Mr. Cowan is currently in litigation. The Board of Commissioners is not in a position to take any action relative to this abatement request.
Thank you. I think that would be appropriate. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. I have
Discussion.
a motion from Commissioner Drews, a second from Commissioner Hadcock, understanding what we're telling you.
Yeah.
Okay. So any other comments on this item?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
so
Commissioner Rouse.
hypothetically, if it wasn't under litigation, then we would be able to sit there and make them, we'd have a lot more latitude than we do today. I mean, we all understand that.
I guess we can ask Megan that again, or, Megan, do you understand the question?
Yes, I understand the question. I think that the issue would arise similar to the Tennyson issue that had come up earlier today, depending on the facts of the case. Typically, an abatement cannot be granted for a classification change alone. There has to be specific statutory authority that allows it. And I don't believe that there are any abatement exceptions laid out in statute for ag. I would have to look, I can't remember exactly, but I know that there's an AG opinion that specifically says that an abatement cannot be granted for an ag classification change. So I would say probably not. Even if it wasn't in litigation, this would not be an appropriate action to take.
Okay.
Here.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Roskin?
Yeah,
There's
yep,
mud.
I think somewhere down the road, we need to change some things, whether it's the county or the state, but we got to be more user-friendly, because I just think that, I don't know.
100% agree with you. The powers, you know, we are a judicial, quasi-judicial body here. The power rises in us, and we, you know, we adhere to the state statute, and one of the things that we can interpret those and help make set policy for that, so.
If I could, one more statement, and it's
Yep,
not
go ahead.
about this. It's errors on the form, and I listed all of those. The primary ABS code that are on all of them
I'm not
don't work. It's general property information. Like for non-ag, it's on here, the one, NA C1S, and then there's a dash. It's not a legitimate code. If you go to administrative rules and hit the little search thing and type that in, you're not going to find anything. They put the dash in the wrong spot. So there is an error on quite a few of them that I found.
Okay.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock, we
That
have
was
a
just
motion
for
on the floor,
information.
so.
Yeah, we can have a discussion. Just one more thing. So the bottom line is we are here also for the constituents. I'm seeing a lot of interpretation. I'm hearing people use interpretation. I'd like to see the law instead of interpretation. Because your interpretation, not yours personally, but our staff or our department heads or even ourselves interpretation, I'd like to see the evidence-based. I've been in interpretation. I've fought against interpretation. And in the long run, won against interpretation. That was going on 3 or 4 years in Pennington County. So I understand the frustration with some of the people and some of the people that are constituent or commissioners as well. Because when that interpretation is not positive for Pennington County, and it's not in a way that is conducive or a way that's customer service based, that's when I start getting a little hot, as people know. So in this case, I would hope on interpretation that we could change those forms, we could help with those forms. The number is on there. I know Shannon put his number on his defense and his equalization department. But some of that stuff, it's about customer service in Pennington County. And if you don't have that, that's when people start getting a little bit rough around the edges. So, and when people are asking questions, and it's okay to have a second opinion from a state's attorney or somewhere else, if that's the issue in Pennington County, don't be offended by that. Appreciate that, that you are getting looked at in a way that we're making sure we're doing it right. So in the future, I would ask for people to do that for our constituents and for this commission. But Mr. Cowan, thank you for coming up here. I like your fight.
But it's not over, and as I suggested, you all should listen to the proponent testimony for House Bill 1085 back in 2021. It is very clear, and Mr. Ritberger was there at the end too, so he knows how it's supposed to go. And first deposition is tomorrow, and it's of the assessor. She has 3 different dates for the on-site visit. One of them was even after the appeal.
Mr. Cowan, what time is that tomorrow?
I'll have to look it up. I'll get back to you. I've
If
got it in
you
my
would
phone.
text me or
So,
email me.
I'm not going to be there because I get really frustrated. And
I'm going
and
there tomorrow, so.
at the appeal, Ron brought up the meeting in their office, and because things changed from the beginning of the meeting, I bought a GoPro camera to record everything, and anybody that deals with DOE record it. So they can't change their mind.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collin. We have a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none.
Keep us posted, Will.
I'm sorry. Okay.
just keep
Thank
us
you, Mr.
posted.
Collin. And, all right, move on to, where are we at here?
Public comment?
Public comment, okay. Public comment, and I do have one speaker request form, but public comment, speaker request form is required, a time for the members of the public to discuss or express concerns to the Board of Commissioners on policies and issues affecting county government and its function. Action will not be taken during this section on issues brought forward that are not properly noticed. Speakers under this section will be recorded in the minutes by names and area of interest, so we do have a speaker
These are
request form.
committee. I think those are.
I don't know, Lindsay, was you wanted to be under item 15, or were you under item 16? Both. Okay, both? Okay, so Lindsay Mader from New Underwood, want to come forward and speak on public comment? And then we have one other speaker request for on public comment.
Good morning, Commissioners. You can come over here with me. Right now, I'm representing the Pennington Conservation District. I am resigning from the district manager position, so I wanted to introduce my replacement.
Okay.
This is Eva Chase, and I'll let her take it from here.
Hi, Eva.
Hi, good morning, Commissioners. Thank you, Lindsay. As Lindsay had mentioned, my name is Eva Chase, and I'm honored to introduce myself to you guys today as the District Manager of the Pennington Conservation District. I'm excited to step into this role. I really look forward to working alongside you all to benefit both landowners and our natural resources for the long term. So thank you all for hearing me out today. I appreciate being here.
Welcome.
Thank you, Lindsay.
Yep.
Thank you, ladies.
Thanks, ladies.
Next item, Mr. Bill Freitag, if you'd just come forward and give us your address.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioners. My name is Bill Freitag. I live at 1221 Santana Court in Rapid City. This has been quite educational. I was assuming that public information was at the beginning, not at the end, but probably a good thing it was, because what I witnessed has got a lot to do with what I have to say. I'm a very fundamentally minded person. I have to understand everything from step one. You can't start me at step 3, 4, 5. I got to start at step 1, and I have to keep going from there. I understand this system. The system's got 3 basic components to it. It's the public is one component, and the public has standing. Then we have elected officials, and that's you. You're elected officials and you have standing in here. And then we have a bureaucracy, and that bureaucracy has standing in here, okay? That's the three basic, most fundamental components of why I'm here and why you're here today. This is supposed to be, and it is, but it's flawed. It's a government of the people, okay? Well, what does that mean? That means, well, I'm one of the people, okay? And if it's my government, I fund it, and I have a certain amount of power. But what I want you to understand is the amount of power I have is just tiny, just absolutely almost unrecognizable. The only way that power ever is found or is seen is through an election, when a bunch of little guys like me mass together and we do an election. Then you hear our voice, and then you recognize our power. And you know what we do with that power that we possess? We give it to you. And I don't have it no more. I give it to you. I give it to you through an election. Okay? The bureaucracy does not elect you. The people elect you. You're the only thing between me and this bureaucracy. This bureaucracy is going to abuse me. I can give you case in points. One thing, when I tell you something, if you want to challenge me, because I'm never going to come before you with an opinion. If I say something and if I can't document it, and I can't prove it, and Deb knows this, Ron knows this, I won't say it. Why in the world, you guys are sick and tired of people just coming up and bitching because they don't like something, but they don't know why it's bad, or they don't know what a fix is for it or whatever. I don't do that. I don't subscribe to that. In this process today, we've had a state's attorney who is part of the bureaucracy. She's not part of she's not the public, she's not the elected official. There is an elected official there, but this one that stood up and spoke and said Bill Freytag is wrong is a bureaucrat. Okay? Now, why is Bill Freytag wrong? Because my eyes don't work, and because my brain is inferior, and I cannot read something. So I'm going to read it. It says, and I've sent it to you, the Secretary of this is South Dakota Codified Law 10-115. The Secretary of Revenue shall prepare suitable forms. And in that same paragraph, it also says, and from time to time, may change and separate and consolidate the groups and classes as necessary to secure more accurate and perfect listing and valuations of the property of the state. And then it goes on. You've all got it. It's on your computer. Don't believe your lying eyes. Don't read the law. Believe. Is this woman's name Megan that come up and said Bill Freytag was wrong?
Well, I don't think she.
What was her name?
Megan. Her name was Megan, but she didn't say you were wrong. She just disagreed.
She did too say I was wrong.
She disagreed with the interpretation. So
She said Mr. Freytag's opinion or whatever it was, but she said I was wrong, and I didn't read that right. Now, I might be wrong. Goodness sakes, I might be wrong. She might be wrong. But she doesn't carry in this situation here. She has no more authority than I do. If it can't be decided if I'm right or she's right, there is somebody in our system that can do that. It's called a judge. And then once he decides, then that's it. I can either appeal it and stay in that system, but there's where it comes from. It doesn't come from because she's an attorney and she says it. Now, if you just take based on what she said and I was right or I was wrong and she was right, you would have to assume a couple things because you've got an assessor who arbitrarily changed forms. He added something to a form that said, wanted to know if the citizen had spent the night in the house, had slept in the house, as a qualification for it. Here's part of this minutia. So when you're talking to your assessor, the first thing he does is run to the state, to another bureaucracy. And they did that to me before, and I copied all these emails and I sent them to you guys. Ron Rosknecht sent them to that bureaucracy at the state. That bureaucracy at the state came back and said, Freitag's wrong. No, he gave us all of this stuff. And they also said to Mr. Rosknecht, we don't want to bore you with all of the sordid details. So I answered those sordid details. And I sent them back to Wendy Semler, who was in that Department of Property Tax at the state, and she wouldn't respond. There it is. That's how the bureaucracy does it. They don't respond. I'm going to go away, like most of the public does. They can't fight you guys. They can't fight the bureaucracy. They're afraid of you, and they're afraid of the bureaucracy. And they have no confidence in themselves that they can even come up and speak for themselves. That's the majority of your constituency. There's very few of us that can actually do this. So what I did then was I got a hold of my state representative, and he got a hold of Wendy Semler, and he says, this guy's name is Bill Freitag, this is his phone number, and you better call him. Still took 2 days. And she didn't call me back. She peddled me off to an underling in her department, okay? Because she doesn't want to deal with reality, and she knows I'm just fundamental. I'm not smart enough to invent stuff. I have to go by what's already written and already there for me to go by. So, in that process, and because I know how to deal with these bureaucracies, I'm gonna go down a rabbit hole here. I'm just gonna separate for a second. Within the last 2 or 3 years, the bureaucracy in the city of Rapid City tried to shake me down for $20,000. Now, if I can't document that and I can't prove that, they ought to sue the hell out of me for saying such a thing. And they did not prevail. I prevailed because it was no more than a shakedown. I know how to deal with these bureaucracies, and I know how much these bureaucracies do to you. Now, back to getting out of the rabbit hole and coming back. If in fact a form has to be changed or can be changed, and let's say the county has the authority to do it, it isn't an employee in the county that has the authority to change the form, it's you. And I've got that in writing from the Department of Revenue at the state that says you can do certain things even if you don't think they align with the law. And in this instance that I'm doing, I couldn't find a law that even give you the authority to do it, but according to them, you can. So I'm saying, well, fine. If that works, let you change the law. Let you change the way the procedure is here. But you have a problem in the assessor's office in Pennington County. And how much of this meeting was dedicated to that? You got an attorney's office that has got absolutely no time for me saying I'm right about 10-1-15, or if whatever this gal's name is right. She doesn't got, and I don't even want her to waste her time on that. She's got way bigger fish to fry. What I would suggest to get this property, anything that's a property rights issue, there's already all kinds of state laws that deal with property rights issues. Ron Weifenbach and myself in the city of Rapid City spent a year addressing property rights issues and all the laws that address that, and we need to do that. Here's what I would also suggest. You've got to get some legal advice from outside, because I don't blame the state's attorney for not having time for this nickel and dime stuff, because to her it is nickel and dime, and I'd say compared to what I've seen on the screen, it is nickel and dime. I don't want her to have to spend her time on it. So get some legal advice on property issues from outside, and let's address some of these. You have an out-of-control employee. He's not an elected official. You got an employee who thinks he can arbitrarily do things, and it's creating problems. The the issue with the veteran, he arbitrarily did that. You didn't do that. You didn't make that decision that says, hey, you can't count his land in his values because we're giving him a discount on it. You don't, he made that decision. You didn't make that decision. But Ron Weifenbach got a call from the guy who was affected and went into that office, and that's why it went back to the state, and the state says, no, you don't get to do that. And now he's there doing it. Now, if that guy hadn't got a hold of Ron, and Ron didn't have the fortitude to take the guy's position, this veteran, disabled veteran, would still be being injured. Now, that's coming out from this employee. You have some real problems in that. I would hope you would have a meeting that's the only agenda item. And we'll go over all of the things that we can, and you're probably going to have more than one. But we're going to have to address that. But you have that tiny bit of power I have, I gave to you, and I don't have it anymore. The only time I'm going to find it again is in the next election. And I'm going to tell you this, in the last election, you go back and look at who won and by what percentages they won. You know who had of everybody that run, you know who had the highest margin of victory? Ron Weifenbach was way up into the 60s in the percent that voted for him. Why? Because Lloyd LaCroix, who he ran against, he didn't care about my problems. He didn't care about that I had given him my power. He didn't care. Ron cared. Ron pointed it out. That's the only time my power means anything is when I group together with somebody else. And if I have to group together with somebody else, because sometimes there's problems with the elected officials. They're either weak or they're self-promoting. That's usually the problem. One of the two. And when they are, then if I can get enough of us together to vote, then we can take care of it. I want to end with this. My problems with this bureaucracy, this is what I believe about your bureaucracy. This bureaucracy has a ton of really decent, good people in it. I see a truck driver with a Pennington County truck once in a while hauling gravel to a road near my house. This guy's a public servant. He's just doing his job. He's not arguing. He's hauling this gravel out that needs to be made. Where you're going to find the problems in the bureaucracy is it's not in the mass of your bureaucracy. It's in a tiny bit of your bureaucracy, and it's those parts of those bureaucracies that think they have power. My power, the voters' power, the public's power, they think they have it. They do not. I gave it to you. They weren't on the ballot. They don't have it. But over time, because you've got jobs and you've got kids and you've got families and you've got other things to do, and you don't get paid anywhere near enough to address these problems at this scale, you depend on them. And here's how they trick you, by omission or by commission. And when they deceive you and get you to pass something because they don't tell you something or they tell you something wrong, that's the horse they get on, and that's how they do it. I thank you for listening to me. I hope you will have a separate meeting that deals with the problems in the assessor's office, and I thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Friday.
We don't have any other speaker request forms on item 15. Is there anybody else from the audience that wants to speak? Seeing none, we can move on to item number 16, and this is Utility Scale Alternative Energy Systems Task Force, Planning Director Brittany Molitor, direction on formation of a task force continued from 1/21/25. And so we do have a speaker request form on this, Brittany. I don't know, this is Jerry Mader. Would it be more appropriate to have him go first?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Could we just take like a 5-minute recess?
Sure. Yep.
We
can
have a
take
lot
vote.
more to get through, but I just like to
Yeah, no, I
take-
got it. I understand where you're coming. We've been
Yeah.
along. If you don't mind, we're gonna,
5 minutes.
is that okay, Jerry? You good with that? Thank you for being patient with us. We appreciate it. 5-minute recess. Okay, so here he comes. Perfect timing.
16.
Moving on to item 16, Utility Scale Alternative Energy Systems Task Force, Planning Director Brittany Molitor. Direction on formation of a task force, and we want to get a motion to get this thing rolling?
Sure. I'll do the motion to appoint Lindsay Mader and Justin Yerg as the Ag representatives, Jigs O'Connell as the Indigenous representative, Eileen Peterson as the at-large representative, Matt Schmall and Matt Hosvold as the solar and wind representatives, and one representative from tourism industry. I don't think we have one of those yet, so.
And then we already have a form. Okay, so we got a motion. We get a second?
I'll second for discussion, but
Second for discussion for,
I mean, I didn't even see these names until today when I got here.
okay.
So I didn't realize some of these had even applied for the position. I'd seen the ones that we had listed before, so. There's a couple of them, couple names that I'd like to have consideration of in this, so I may offer, after some discussion, I may offer a substitute motion.
Okay. So we've got a motion and a second on the floor for discussion. So let's start the discussion. Brittany, do you want to start?
Sure. I just wanted to kind of give a backstory where some of the requests came from. We are just proposing 7 members. We've had committees in our office quite a bit, so 7 seems to be a good number. That doesn't mean that other people from the public can attend and make comments during that time. That's similar to our vacation home rental committee. We had a lot of public that came and that got to interject and speak. So it isn't just the committee members. I mean, that's the ones that are voting, but they can still take comment from the public. So it isn't a closed meeting by any means. But we had kind of put together what we thought would be a representative of the community, and that was the ag producers, the alternative energy operators, a tourism industry representative, an indigenous community representative, and an at-large representative. And then obviously the technical advisors would be staff from the planning department, equalization, state's attorney, Black Hills Council of Local Government, and then the Pennington Conservation Districts, because those advisors are good to have and as far as providing information and feedback. So that was kind of the gist of where the recommendations came from. Some of the recommendations came from Ms. Mader and Ms. Peterson. Were at most of the meetings during the, most of the Planning Commission meetings during the Yarrow Tech meetings. And so they have done some research. They have been kind of intimately involved in the process. So that was the reasoning, and Mr. Urick as well. He did a lot of research on like the taxes and different things, how it impacts the community of New Underwood. So that's basically where those recommendations came from, because we had spoken with them quite a bit during that process, and they had showed quite a bit of interest in being in that committee. And you know, moving forward to take a look at our ordinances to see if it is even appropriate for our community now that we're seeing more and more of them. So that's where some of those recommendations had come from. So,
Mr. Chair, question?
Commissioner Drews, if you don't mind, I want to chime in a little bit on this, because some of this got held up because when the commission management was kind of being changed around, and we were trying to find some of these forms, and I had to try to get into the computer to find to see if I could get some forms, and I got a little bit of pushback on it, so it took a lot of extra time. So that might have has something to do with maybe not getting them to you guys on time, or to that I apologize, but there was only so much I could do. But other than that's all I got to say on that. But I wanted to make sure everybody knew what happened there, and I apologize if something else came up, but I only could do what I could do. And so we got more discussion. Commissioner Drews? Yep.
Okay, thank you. So Brittany, I presume you put the motion that we have here.
yes, I did. That
you
was
put that
from
together.
staff's recommendation.
Okay, so did you look at biases on this at all? I mean, do we have, I know that there's some bias by some people relative to not wanting them at all. There's some people that definitely want to consider, these alternative sources for energy. Is that something you took into consideration then on knowing these individuals that you listed down here, that they have a bias one way or the other, or are they all, in your opinion, unbiased individuals?
I think all of them are people that look at it from the perspectives that we want to, from the agricultural community, looking at it, how it could impact them. We have the alternative energy operators, so obviously they're going to have a different view than an ag producer. You're going to have the tourism industry, how do these impact the area? An indigenous community representative, they do have some concerns, because they have their own tribal historic preservation, so they have some different perspectives on that. And then an at-large representative would just be a citizen in the community that is interested in serving on the committee.
Okay.
So-
One of the individuals I know that had applied was Haven Stuck. I like that from the standpoint that he's not only a producer, he's got a law background, et cetera. But I don't see his name on here at this point in time. Was he given consideration and?
All of the applicants were given consideration. This is just a staff recommendation, so the board can make whatever recommendation that they see fit. That was just something that we had looked at because of the interest in the activeness of some of the applicants in the process. That was where staff came from.
Okay.
So.
And then my follow-up on that is, I noticed that there's nobody listed for tourism. And I would suggest that the one that comes closest to that category did apply, as I saw, and that was Mary Williams from Wall.
Oh, as the city of Wall?
No, well, I know she's the mayor of Wall, but she probably fits the category of tourism as well as anybody would. I mean, the city of Wall, I mean, they live and die on tourism there also, so.
In my mind at first, to be honest, it would have been Ms. Kaufman, but because she is leaving Visit Rapid City, that was kind of, in my mind, the idea because of her background and her association with Visit Rapid City, but she's leaving Visit Rapid City, so.
I didn't realize she had applied to.
No, but in my mind, that was just someone that would be able to provide that kind of input.
Okay.
But I hadn't considered her, Ms. Williams in that capacity.
Okay.
So.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Ruskinen, Commissioner Ruskinen.
I can never figure out what tourism has to do with this, where it's located. I'm sorry, but that's just me. I don't even see why we need anybody from tourism. But, and I don't know Eileen Peterson, but item supplemental information, I'm concerned about the health and safety issues associated. I see a little bias there. That's just me. And I know this is a sensitive issue. But I think Haven Stuck could be a much better person in that position because Haven has no skin in the game. And like Gary said, he's got the law degree, and I've known Haven for years, and he said he has some ranching experience. So my recommendation would be to replace Eileen with Haven. I won't even get into the tourism, pick whoever you want, but if there's going to be any tourism affected, it's going to be Wall. And that's where Mary would come in. I don't see where Rapid City, I just don't understand the tourism at all, but that's my 2 cents worth on this. I can't support this as written with Eileen. I just think there's some bias here, but that's me.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So here's the difference. I went through these meetings from the beginning to end as a commissioner, and on the planning commission, I'm going to have to disagree. So Lindsay was on conservation. I think her point of view was good. Justin is very open-minded. Either way, 1 minute he's like, okay, that's really good. That's not. We want open-minded people. I have ran committees before. Jiggs O'Connell, that's Indigenous, that's a no-brainer. Eileen Peterson, I believed I didn't pick Haven Stuck or Mary Williams, not because they aren't good people. I picked Eileen Peterson because, number one, the diversity, number two, she is a ranch person. She also put in the information and went to every meeting, and also for the diversity of it. She hasn't been on a committee before. Haven Stuck and Mary Williams have been on committees and different stuff. It's for that diversity of committee as well. Her information and the packets that she brought, she didn't bring a piece of paper. Eileen brought a packet. So I've had people like, as you say, that might be biased in their meetings, you guys, but in the long run, those are the people you want in there, because I've had people in mining that were very biased, remember Brittany? And in the end, once they learned the information, did the facts, were very good people to have a conversation with. So Haven Stuck also lives in the same area as some of these other people that are on this committee, so he is being represented by his area. So it's not like Haven Stuck doesn't have experience, but we don't always want experience. We want diversity where people can go into Pennington County and they can come in as people that never been on boards and have that time to be able to have the same discussions as other people that have been on many boards. So same with Mary Williams, a good person. I'll just tell you again, you want the people that think they know on your board, and then they can change their minds. I believe we picked the right group with our planning department. I like the Black Hills Power. I like the Black Hills or West River Electric, because they're going to give a whole different perspective. Those are the people that are going to defend. You don't need a lawyer. You don't need anybody else. You need real people that have real issues that can be changed in their mind on something that they think they know. Those are the best people to have on your board. Just telling you from running boards for, 18 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hadcock. Commissioner Durr.
All right. So, yeah, the majority of the area that we're going to be talking about is in the agricultural district that this is going to have an impact on. And, we've already gone through this. I did oppose the solar wind on Yarrow Tech, and that's what brought forward, obviously, it's adjoining, that project is down in my area. And so I do support the committee appointments as addressed, but I also support the additional ones. The one that I'm more interested in, and I get tourism, but I don't see Visit Rapid City. I agree with Commissioner Roskinick. So when you look at how getting these, alternative energy plants in eastern Pennington County, it has a big impact, not only health and welfare, it's a change of land use. And so it's a change of land use that would impact, and you get back to tourism, in the summertime, I can watch the cars go down, Highway 44. When I moved out there in the mid-'80s, you could count the cars on one hand on any given day. And the traffic in eastern Pennington County on those major thoroughfares is 100-fold compared to what it was years ago. So we have the Badlands, we have the community of Wall that lives on tourism, and obviously their school system. But I would like to, for that reason, I would like to add Mary Williams to it, because she's also on the, Wall has their own economic development, and so they're working on the rural area back there in that community. And so I think that this has a big impact. And again, I already know the people, I watched one of them fanning herself right there, grow up with my children. So, I have a great relationship with the Maters, and I have trust in Lindsay of, coming forward with good information, the same that was brought forward by Eileen Peterson, during the process with good information. And not only was it good information, but, she's got a background to back it up. And so, but if we were to make an alternative motion, mine would be to, and I'm not opposed to having Haven Stuck on there. I know him. He's got property neighbors just a mile to my north. And so I'm not concerned about the number of people on the committee. And I think having people on the community that would have, committee that would have diverse opportunity for a voice. And so if I were to offer a substitute motion, it would be to amend the motion to add Haven Stuck and Mary Williams.
We got a substitute motion?
I would second that.
The second
Yes.
from Commissioner Roskinek for discussion. Any discussion from fellow? I just want to say one thing, and you're going to find that I'm not high on committees at all. Because in the end, I'm going to make my decision. Hopefully that if we do this committee, that we have a goal that they are shooting for to give us good factual information that we can make a decision on. I'm assuming that's what we're doing this for, because otherwise we're shooting at the hip going. And it's crazy that this happened last night, and I was telling Mr. Mayor that I watched, and I'm not biased or anything, but I just want to tell you that New Zealand is coming to the useful life of their first wind farms that have taken place in the world. New Zealand and they're finding that it's almost impossible to get rid of them. So it's something to consider, that what's happening across the world with these wind farms they've hit their life expectancy 20 to 23 years. And now they got these concrete barriers in the ground. They have no idea what to do with them. The windmills that were constructed back then the pads that they have are too small to put another windmill on them, so they don't know what to do. And now they don't know what to do with those windmills. So to me, that's important information, to find out what's happening in that world so I can make a good decision based upon if we pursue windmills in the future, because it's going to be a health and safety issue into the future of Pennington County. And, what we talk about is in 20 years from now, how are we going to leave this to our grandchildren and to other people's grandchildren and stuff. So it's ironic that popped up on my computer last night when I was reading it. I'm like, oh, it's about the same time I was reading some of these things, and I'm like, wow, okay, this is interesting. So there are test cases out there of what's happening with these things and what are they going to do with them. They're finding it's almost impossible to recycle them. They don't know where to put them. They don't know how they're going to get the concrete out of the ground. But so if they have a good chair on the committee that gives them, a specific amount of, you're going to meet this many times, we're going to have this discussion, and I think they can be productive. So I'm good with whatever you guys decide here, and that substitute motion, I'm fine with that.
Mr. Chair.
Yep.
And if we approve this task force, whatever, what's your plan? You're going to meet once a month on this particular day, or once a week? I mean, how are we going to keep this thing together? Because people get burned out, that vacation home rental thing. I personally think that was a disaster for the time that people spent on it. So if we're going to do this, let's do it where we really know, are we going to meet once a week? Who's going to be the chair? I'd like to see all these details as we go forward.
Commissioner Roskinek, I think Mr. Durr can speak on that if I'm wrong. Am I wrong? Are you on that chair, going to be the chair?
No, so that's part of this, since it's going to be in my district,
Right.
the majority of the discussion, I would like to be the chair on this. So, and I get to your point because I'm not a committee fan. And so I think that that's a discussion we would have about how often we would meet. And again, when you're trying to find a time, if you're going to get this number of many people together, then when you get together, you better be productive and come back. So that, I get your point on that, so.
So do the members of the committee get any compensation for mileage or anything, or is it just donating their time and
Voluntary.
experience? Okay.
If they're really good, I think Jerry's wife will make them some of that cake, which is almost
Reese's coffee
impossible to
cake is in the
compensate
back,
for.
Lindsay, if you want some.
Well, she's probably had her share of that cake, but that stuff was good.
Mr. Chair, also, I just wanted to let you know that Mr. Santana, I had spoken to him, he would like to serve as the Planning Commission representative. John Santana, he's on our Planning
I
Commission.
think that'd be good.
Does that gotta be, what do we gotta do?
Nope, you were just,
Okay.
do we have to prove Jerry and Santana too, or?
I think that would probably be appropriate to
Can we add that to
put-
the motion?
Yeah,
Okay, so we're gonna add approval of, so we will
It'll be-
go, we're gonna add, what's her name, Mary Williams?
Mary Williams, Havenstuck, myself, and John Santana for
Karen.
planning.
And the,
Carol, were you able to get that?
I got Mary Williamson, Hayden, what was it?
Havenstuck,
Haven's.
and then it would be John Santana from Planning Commission.
and Jerry Durr, chair.
Gary Durr will be the chair. Is everybody good with that?
Yep, all in favor.
I just want to reiterate what Ron said. I'm not high on committees. I believe that Jerry understands that the commitment to their time is very important, that, we do come out with a good committee. I think it's so. All right. Any more discussion on that motion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Brittany. Do you have more stuff
They
on
want to
here?
speak?
One more.
We forgot.
I'm sorry, there was a fellow that wanted to speak on that, I'm sorry. Gosh darn it.
Jerry Mater, you're going to speak?
Jerry, I'm sorry. You waited all this time and no, I know you'd apology. That was not my intention, I'm sorry.
No problem. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Jerry Mater from New Underwood, South Dakota. And I guess I just am here to more or less represent Justin Urig, and who I think will be a very open-minded and a research kind of a guy that'll do a lot of background or a lot of checking on both sides of the aisle. And Jiggs O'Connell, the Indigenous, he's the same way. They're both very good, honest, upstanding citizens, and I think you'll get good results from them. And I just wanted to comment to Commissioner Roskinick about the tourism, where this proposed wind farm and the solar farm is going in. If they're tall 200 or 300-foot towers, they'll stick up high enough to see, from Highway 44, which is kind of the road between Badlands and the Black Hills, and also from the interstate too, which I think is that part would affect the tourism, because we are kind of the pristine area that's not overtaken by that sort of thing yet.
Mr. Chair.
Yep.
And
Mr.
I agree with
Roskinick.
you, but in the society we live in, if I drive from here to the Sioux Falls, you know how many towers I see?
Yeah.
And we just kind of learn to live with it, but
Yeah.
getting back to Justin, he's an appraiser.
Yep.
And so being an appraiser, hopefully he understands property rights, because the property owners have rights, but then the private individuals also have their rights. So being an appraiser, hopefully you can balance that so it's not lopsided, leaning one way or the other.
Right, yeah, I understand what you're saying too, because the proposed, or I guess it's maybe going in, that wind and solar is right next to our property. And I'm a strong believer in private property rights, but at the same time, when it starts to affect the neighbors then negatively, then I kind of believe a person needs to.
Had I known he was an appraiser, I would have probably changed my mind.
Well, I think one of the things that you do is
He's a good guy.
you dial it in. Maybe the wind turbines shouldn't be part of the equation. I don't know.
I had to throw a rock at you, Ron, I'm sorry. Okay, and then there was someone else that wanted to speak? Is there any?
I guess I did want to add, I think
Jerry, thank you, and I apologize, but.
Oh, that's no problem.
Okay,
It was
same
worth the
result
wait.
in the end, and.
I wanted to add, I think Eileen would be very good. She's really good at doing a lot of research and knows how to hunt things down. So
Well, I think that's the most important thing, Jerry, is that they understand that Jerry's gonna be pretty regimented on getting in the outcome, hit the goal, have a good outcome, that we can make a
Yeah.
great decision. So,
Which I guess is the purpose of the committee, so that sounds real good. So,
thank you.
any questions?
Oh, thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Lindsay.
On this, Mr. Mater.
Okay.
You did a lot of work as well.
Yeah.
Thank you, okay. Thank everybody, thank Brittany for putting up with us. Oh, she's got another one on her, items from planning and zoning. Planning Director Brittany Molitor, request to allow the planning department to bring forward a moratorium on data centers. Okay, you want to talk about it, Brittany? or-
Yeah, so we had discussed the data center information at the planning session, and the concern that, like right now, if one was to come into the county, we would have to do it under conditional use permit, but we don't have specific criteria for them. They're becoming more and more prevalent because they're starting to move north. They have figured out that the energy costs are a lot less in these colder states, so they're looking at doing these types of facilities in this area. They do have one in Grant County. It's up by Millbank. There is a data center up there. Grant County is the only county in South Dakota that actually has an ordinance for data centers. So we're just asking that we can bring back a resolution next meeting to have a moratorium on them, so staff can do some more research on them and develop an ordinance to bring forward to the board.
So we're looking for our specific reason for the moratorium is so we can look in to see what the requirements would be to meet these.
Make it ordinance. And make it ordinance.
Mr. Chair. So
Mr.
the
Roskinick.
ones that I've seen, and there is one going in Aberdeen, and it's going to be 5 acres under a roof.
How big is it?
5 acres.
Okay.
That's about the size of these data centers,
They're huge.
and they suck up a lot of energy
And water.
and water. So I don't know what's more worrying, the data centers or the wind turbines, but unfortunately, things are moving to South Dakota.
Do we have?
No, I'm just questioning whether or not we should consult with the state of South Dakota before we move ahead.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
That's sarcasm.
I would, what do you say?
She said it's sarcasm.
Sarcasm?
Remember, because they want to see what.
The resolution 6010, I'm just,
All right. I'll do whatever you want, but I think at some point, maybe we need to get
Joe.
your group out there to check out this data center. I'd hate to shut down the opportunity to have one here. They do, I don't know if, this is another crazy thing, and they have come out with nuclear power plants that are mobile now. And so they are looking at using those to run data centers. Basically, they'll run off a truck or a train, and they can just, it's a nuclear power plant that will have enough power.
Next to your house.
Pardon?
Right next to your house.
Exactly.
That's what I was
I know.
thinking. That's what happened.
Oh, I'm thinking about, I was doing, I talked to Mr. Nader earlier, we had plenty of room out there to put one of them, so drive it out there
So,
and
Chair,
park it.
they're just, because there's no ordinance, we need an ordinance.
Okay,
They're not going to shut them down.
I'm good with that,
They're
no, but
just-
I just think that at some point, we should send Brittany's group out there and maybe with, one of the commissioners to go out there and check this place out.
So I'll make the motion.
Yeah, and somebody make a motion.
Move
I'm
to
good.
have the planning department with assistance of State's Attorney's Office geez, I can't talk. Prepare a resolution for moratorium on data centers in Pennington County.
second.
So we got a motion by Hadcock, second by Durr. Any other conversation?
Could we add something to that, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, I think we can make a
I
substitute
think that
motion.
we need to
Amend
start
it.
creating an ordinance in, once we get that information.
Yeah.
So we get the information, but
So
now
should we
That's,
still need
that's,
to.
that's the purpose of what
Should we
they're doing.
attach that on here, or do we need to attach that on here?
I think the purpose of the resolution is to allow us time to work on an ordinance.
Yeah.
So it's-
That's the purpose.
I would interpret that as the
Okay,
spirit
I'm
of
good.
the spirit of the motion.
Yes, sir.
You guys don't want to touch that one. It's gonna come
Spirit
back.
of the
Okay,
motion.
Thank you.
Spirit.
So, any more conversation on that motion?
Is there a particular timeline, or are we just gonna be
Well,
in?
yeah.
How long do you think,
have a timeline,
Brittany?
Brittany?
I would just like to be able to bring the resolution back to the next meeting, and the
Okay.
resolution would be either 6 months or a year, whatever the board would see fit at that time.
Okay.
How long it takes to do research.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm comfortable with her ability to do that, so.
Right.
Commissioner Drews, you look a little puzzled there, or,
No, I'm fine with it.
it's clear as mud, right?
Yeah.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brittany, for dealing with Commissioner Hadcock.
Hey, Brittany, don't forget to get your glasses back.
2025 legislation session. Commissioner Jerry Durr, update on proposed bill session activity, and B is any other legislation related to items as deemed necessary. Do you have anything for us, Jerry?
Yeah, I mean, you're getting the information from the association on some of the stuff, and I mean, the ones that are out there tracking are, some of the property tax ones that are going through. I think there was one that, dealt with condemnation and this carbon pipeline, that some of that stuff's been floating around. One of those, Lindsay, did that not get out of committee? One got defeated in committee.
Come up here, Lindsay.
Come on forward, Lindsay, and
6010, if you know what happened to that.
Lindsay Mater, I actually requested to speak at one of those, and they ran out of time. But that one was about wind, solar, carbon, and one other thing. And that was to prohibit eminent domain on the blanketed of all of them. And that one got to the 41st day. I think HB 1052 got passed in the committee yesterday. It's on the floor today. In the Senate, it's been passed by the House. The other one for property rights was SB 198, and that got turned down or voted down yesterday, which was amended to force mediation between landowners and companies on eminent domain. So we had 2 wins out of 3 so far, I think.
Thank you.
thank you
Yep.
very much. Jerry?
No, the other ones are related to property tax. So one that's getting traction is the governor's bill, and then simultaneously on the same track is one from Amber Holz that she sponsored. And, there's chatter about, if they're gonna come out with something on property tax. Now, what it's gonna be, is gonna be a little telling. Today was, that resolution was in the House Ag Committee, and are you tracking it? Okay. So anyway, that resolution they had this morning, and I'll see if I can find where it's at. 6010, it was up in committee this morning in period 9, and that was the one by Odenbach out of the Northern Hills, Senator Odenbach, about having a summer study on the Black Hills and, all the Northern Hills counties, or all the Black Hills counties, to my knowledge, and municipalities have opposed that. I'm not sure where Rapid stands on that. But, all the local governments are opposed to the state coming in and having a summer study regulating, or, whatever they're going to do. It's quite ambitious in language as to what the oversight would be. But anyway, it would, go against historically local control. And so anyway, there's opposition to it, whether it made it out of the House, it's in Senate committee, and I'll look it up here in a second to see if it's made it out of committee. So.
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Durr? So on 191, what are the effects? I guess that's what I'm looking at on 191, is when they do the 3% and they do the back taxes of 5 years and they do some of that. I heard it's like 181 million just on the schools, if that goes through. I mean, how's that affecting our county? Does Shannon know, where do I get that information? Unless you know some of that, because when you change one thing, you're not just changing one thing, and how's that process going to work? They're just saying, this is a great idea. I'm not really seeing the process and the effects of what this idea is going to do.
Yeah, the one that I did, and, that I think could answer that would be, because I spoke to him about a week ago, was Shannon on, how it would come down. And the one thing they don't speak to about some of this property tax, specifically some of those bills up, is that, is it truly going to lower the property tax? So it's going to put a cap on certain things. But in my mind, a lot of that is looking at a tax shift. And so you're just going to shift that obligation over to other properties. Yep. And as long as our budget and the levy is the same, with those assessed values, it's going to, some of this would determine the amount of, if you put a cap on it, the amount of growth in CPI that we're currently allowed to get. And I think that's one that's in there. And the other one talks about if your assessed value, and saying, going back to whatever the sale price was, but then you have to take that a bit further, because that's in contradiction to the Constitution of South Dakota that speaks to fair market value on assessments. And so when you're looking at fair market value on assessments, and then you're saying, I'm only gonna look at the assessed value on what the sale was, and maybe, let's just say, a house next door in the same neighborhood, same square footage, same type, one sells for 300,000, but the market says that, when you do that market analysis, it's a $300,000 to $400,000 home. And I can see some nodding by Commissioner Roskinek, so, yeah.
My question is, if there was a shift, who do you think would oppose it more, the retail or the ag? Because that's where the shift's going to go.
No, it's going to be, and again, you're going to get down to how much you can increase. So, you can only increase, if you do that tax shift, you can only increase that to a certain amount. And if it goes over that, what it would do is create you to go for an opt-out. And that's not going to happen. Right. So the ones that are going to cry the most, not cry the most, the ones that will stand their ground the most is going to be the ag community if that shift is out there.
I agree.
So.
Thank you, Mr. Dern.
I don't think Lindsay's a crier.
I think next time somebody wants to.
Jerry said he was.
I can also speak on this a little bit if you want.
Go ahead.
I think if somebody wants to try to run the Black Hills, they should go on one of Mr. Roskinek's tours before they.
Lindsay Mader again. As the district manager for the Conservation District, we have legislative meetings with legislators. And at our meeting this year, basically what Jerry had said, Mike Derby, who I think represents Rapid, he is in appropriations, and he said no matter what, you gotta make the balance, or the budget balance out, so if you take something from somewhere, it's gotta be raised somewhere else, basically, so, yeah. That's what I
Exactly
have
what
to
I
say.
expected out of him.
Yep.
I mean, don't look at any cutting anything, just, I mean, it doesn't make any sense, so.
Shift it to the
Right.
same people in the
All right,
same area.
thank you, Lindsay.
Yep.
We'll go on to, Gary, did you have anything?
No, I don't.
Jerry, done.
The only thing I would say
I don't
is
have
that
anything, and Ron doesn't have anything. Oh, no, Ron's on here.
Yeah,
Housing and Development. Do you have anything, Ron?
I did attend my first Complete Health meeting, and so some of the things that we discussed was annual review of a sliding fee discount, what that should be, that amount, and I think they just said, let's just keep it the same.
Okay.
They did a community needs assessment, looked at policy, employee vaccination policy. Employees are required to have vaccinations in some situations, and others, they're recommended.
Okay.
Interaction with law enforcement. But the one I really found interesting was the executive order update from President Trump. And to give you an example, a friend of mine went to Complete Health maybe 10 months ago, and to fill the form out, there had to be 5, 6, 7 categories for sex. And coming down on February the 19th, the president issued the attached EO stating that there are only 2 genders and that those are based on human biology. This seems to pertain most significantly to how the federal government collects and reports data, which now reflects the following definitions. And then sex is a person's immutable biological classification as either male or female. So that just all transpired in the last few weeks, so you get those 2 choices. But it was a good meeting. At the end of the meeting, the only thing we discussed is General Beadle, which is over there by Youth and Family Services. They have a satellite office in there, Complete Health.
Yes,
and
they
it was
do, yep.
decided to go ahead and shut that down.
Okay.
Because they're only getting 6 to 8 visitors a day, and cost savings to be between $50,000 and $75,000.
What it was costing, costs were too high.
And then
I have a mentor over there, so I see
Pennington
that,
County
yeah.
Housing Redevelopment, I'll probably miss a lot of stuff, but I know Deb will pick it up.
Okay.
We're talking about acquiring a multifamily unit that is under really poor management. And with that being said, we might get a really good deal compared to what it would cost to build a new facility. So that's under consideration right now. And then we just kind of brought everybody up to speed where we are on repurposing our new mission, Section 8. So Deb can probably
Thank you.
elaborate a
I
little
saved
bit
the
more
best
than
for
me.
last, Deb. There you go.
Never gave Gary his chance either.
Oh, we went
Okay.
through.
Well,
Oh, no, sorry.
I do want you to come back to me, but
Okay.
go to Commissioner
So,
Hadcock first.
one thing I did is went to the Metropolitan Planning Organization. Jason Thusen was the, we call him the secretary. Actually, he was a proxy for Ron. It was interesting. So, first of all, they're submitting a Protect grant to reconstruct 2 bridges on South Dakota Highway 44. That's pretty exciting. They also are doing, west of Rapid City, they're going to do 2 bridges west of the fish hatchery, is on their radar. It'll take about a couple years. They also are doing the Chapel Lane Bridge, which is important, because there's one way in, one way out. Let's see, there are some other really good ones. The RAISE grant, they're seeking a RAISE grant of 80% of the cost of the project for the rebuilding infrastructure with its sustainable equality grant is what that means. Planning grant will fund the preliminary engineering and environmental study for the future reconstruction of New Underwood Road for South Dakota 34 south to Interstate 90, which is 32 miles long. So that's going to be, they're going to replace at least 16 or 17.4 miles of the replacement of culverts and replacement of 3 bridges. The total cost will be about $3 million. So that's in our area, Jerry's area. I think that's going to be pretty exciting. They also do on Meade County line where they're going to do a, what do they call it? geez, what do they call it? Overlay, and they're gonna use cement and then put asphalt over it, about 2 miles of that. They're putting a sidewalk on Deadwood Avenue, which is good. They're also putting a sidewalk on Anamosa I-90. That will be closed because they have to redo the bridge deck on the southbound lanes. You can get on the website, if anybody's interested on any of the work on I-90 or the areas in Pennington County or Rapid City, you can get on the website update, which is South Dakota DOT .gov. There's going to be a lot of closures. Let's see. They're doing a lot of stuff with a goal with the railroad movement, as we looked at today, or we were in the meeting on the Amtrak. I think that's going to be pretty great. And that word was on redoing Haynes was base stabilization. I think that's going to be 2 miles of reconstruction, almost up to 3 miles. That's been needed. If you looked, our county, Joe, our highway department had to do some of those side roads because we had some major dips where people, if they pulled off to the side, there would have been safety factors. So pretty big project. Here's the exciting land use, future land use. Vicki Fisher was there, and we're working with her. I just called her again yesterday to look at our future land use, Rapid Cities, and then Pennington County's future land use, and hopefully with Box Elder in our planning department and Rapid City, we can come up with some uses that will actually be contiguous to what's going to happen in the future of our area. So that's going to be huge. And I was glad that Jason was there because he reminded me that we needed to talk about that. Let's see, Pennington County Housing, we did a retirement for our accountant, Robert. He was with us 40 years, 35 as an accountant, amazing man, did some exciting stuff. So we had a retirement party for him. We also talked about acquiring some of the properties that were in Rapid City that needed some huge reconstruction. That will be, if we end up getting those properties, it's going to make a major difference for our north side of Rapid City. So I think that's going to be moving forward, something exciting for not only Pennington County housing and the other areas in the future. It's going to clean up some areas and help people through a process that is well needed, because everybody, I keep saying, calls it affordable housing. Pennington County housing is the most affordable, plus the processes and the changes that we have made with lights, cameras, and different things that have changed just some of the areas that we have had problem areas with, thank you, the Rapid City Police Department, Sheriff Department. It's huge. So Pennington County is a great advocate with working with the community. We have a CEO, Brian Achbach, that has just been amazing, and a board, thank you to Ron and our board, that has been looking forward into the future of how we can help Pennington County and the surrounding areas in the city. So pretty excited about it.
Thank you, Commissioner Hadcock. Commissioner.
I've got a question for Commissioner Hadcock.
Sure.
So the properties that you're potentially looking at, would that replace what you had talked about a couple of years ago of new construction?
No.
Okay.
Those are rad. It's a conversion where we we don't have to do so much of the HUD regulations, where we can do more of the working class, that kind of thing. That's what that $2 million was for. This is actually money that we'd had with the conversion that we could use for Section 8 and some other areas.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I missed
I'm sorry?
item 19, so if you'd allow me
I
to
probably
go back to
buzzed
item
over it, I'm
19.
sorry. No, I did, I think I went right by it,
Oh,
Jerry.
okay.
I don't think you missed it. I think,
Okay.
go ahead. So let's give you item 19, and
Okay,
you obviously want to say something.
So I just a few days ago read the article in the newspaper talking about the city of Rapid City and their TIFs. And one of the things apparently the city was not very favorable of was the policy that we, the county, adopted relative to getting our administrative fee. The policy we adopted said administrative fee needed to be paid, the $15,000 needed to be paid within 90 days. And in the last part of the article, it said that Vicky Fisher said that the county had been contacted and that the county was willing to, overlook the 90 days or something like that. And I don't know who would have had a position to be able to do that, but it was a policy that was adopted. So if there's something that we need to do, I think that policy needs to come back here.
Yep.
And maybe we should have the city of Rapid City come in and explain to us why our administrative fee is inappropriate in the time frame of it, as maybe compared to what the city's administrative fee. I don't know what their time frame is for theirs, but anyway, I think it would be good to have the guy that operates the TIFs come into our meeting and put that on the agenda. Because I have no idea who would.
Yeah, and I can speak on that for you, Gary. And they called myself or Brittany, and no decision was ever made. I talked to Cindy about it because Cindy's the one that made the decision, or I guess the commission made the decision on having it up front. And I told Cindy, I got an email, I forwarded the email to Cindy, that was it, that they weren't comfortable with that because it might not happen or whatever. But I think at this time it does warrant that we bring it here. And so we understand why they don't like it. I think that makes 100% sense. So I will bring that upon myself to actually.
We spent several months last year trying to come up with so that we had an accurate figure. We didn't.
It's not been changed, so that was a miscommunication on Vicky's part, but it has not been changed because the last conversation was with Cindy and that's where it stayed, so.
Okay. Very
Yeah,
good.
and I'll have that conversation with her again, just bringing that you brought it up because it clearly, I forgot about it. I didn't even thinking about it because I don't know who made the decision and what had happened, but I think it'd be important because I think we want to be in those conversations and they can explain why that doesn't work for them.
Yeah.
So,
So they eliminated the review committee also.
okay,
So we're not a part of the review committee anymore.
Okay.
The county isn't.
okay.
So Chair is, you all right? Squirrel. So it also is because of the fees. There's been questions about what those fees are used for also, Gary. So I don't know if the city had to deal with that as well, but I think that's going to come our way.
Yep.
Why does it take 10 hours? Is it 10 years with 15 hours, thank you, Joan, of time? Why are you charging 15,000 or why are you charging 10? People wanted to know that we're doing TIFs or otherwise. Why would you pick that fee and why that amount?
Yeah, that definitely is going to come forward, because my understanding, the state statute says that municipalities, counties, whatever, can only charge what it cost. So if it costs us $15,000, or whatever that number is, I think it was 15, is that correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
If it costs us $15,000 to administrate that, then we can charge that. But if it costs us 5, we can't charge 15, and that's what they're going to challenge, I believe. But I think it's a good opportunity, from what you're saying, is to bring somebody in here and let's have that conversation. And
Yeah.
if we need to change something or not change something or whatever, then we can make that decision at the time. But that should be a full commission decision, I agree. So,
So our fee was established after the auditor, assessor's office, state's attorney's office, whoever's involved annually
Mhm.
in every one of those
Okay.
TIFs,
Perfect.
how much time is involved in them, so.
I'll mention that to Cindy again, and that we want to visit it and have an actual conversation. If we're going to change something or not change something, then
Yeah.
we need to know about that. Yeah, perfect, thank you.
Can you not hear us, Joan? Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, I walked away from my mic.
That's okay.
Okay.
About a year ago, we spent quite a bit of time talking to the different departments that are involved in it, and an estimated time. Of course, every TIF is different, but an estimated best guess, educated guess of what it costs for each
Sure.
department in man-hours, in technology, whatever, to do it. And that's the number that we came up with.
Well, I think that Gary said.
And if I'm not mistaken, it was by resolution, wasn't it, Gary, that we?
Yes.
I would bet it would have been. So.
This
that-
is,
it
we
would have been a
didn't, we took
resolution.
the action like in December,
Sure.
maybe November, but December, late.
Yeah, but it's
late
not,
in the year.
nobody has the authority to change that but this commission in its entirety, so, yeah, that was not changed.
Mr.
So-
Chair, In a previous article with the Journal on this, the question really was, are we gonna get it up front, or are we gonna get it over?
Right, that's gonna
the
be,
period of
that's, I think
time?
Gary led on to that
Okay.
too, that's a hardship for but that's something they need to communicate to us, so I'm not gonna go there on it. I just know what they said, and I'm like, I passed it on to Cindy and left it at that.
So as a developer, 15,000 when you're going to do a multi-million-dollar project is a hardship.
Well, a lot of those projects don't go through,
Right.
and that's,
But when it comes forward, I do know it's a lot of work, and we'll talk about it, but I mean, everything has to go through the auditor's office, and then you're talking about splitting all of those parcels, all the tax calculations, figuring out what the difference is. If a project is in, with like Apple Valley, then all those receipts in the project, making sure the project is done, signing off on all of those receipts. And then you go through that entire process to manage that. And then it comes back with legislative audit going, let me audit your TIF paperwork and go through all that. It is a lot.
yeah, and I think that's what Gary was alluding to, or Joan was alluding to, the fact that they had already gone through that. I don't think they had a problem with the amount at all. I just think they had issues with trying to collect it up front.
We didn't propose to go back and try to collect on those that are on the books, because there's like over 20 of them that are currently on the books
Yeah.
with the city of Rapid City. I think.
Yeah, but there's definitely a cost involved, and we should recoup that cost, there's no doubt, yeah. So,
Do you have committee stuff? Do you have committee stuff?
Jerry already went, Gary already went, so, yeah, Jerry went.
No,
Not in committees.
not committees.
Oh, how did where do you see that now?
Right below it. Turn your page, sir.
We have coffee cake in the back for some energy here shortly.
Right there.
Okay, well, if he wants to say something, he's more entitled to it. He's more than entitled to it.
Put something in there.
Gary, did you want to hit committees now?
Did I what?
You want to hit your committee? Did you have one? Didn't go.
Mine was not held.
Okay.
My committee was not held.
All right.
So they canceled it.
So I did attend the Healthcare Trust Board. We're going through, looking at utilization on the plan and some of those options. So some of the financials, getting into those on the healthcare plan. Central States Fair Board, we kind of talked about that this morning. I did ask them, as discussed earlier, to go back and do a 5-year projection, talk about what the planning is for the next 5 years, because it ties into our operational plan. And then Weed and Pest Board had my first meeting, good group of guys. And again, I'm quite high on Scott that, runs that program. He's just excellent. So anyway, we talked about a lot of things. So some of the grants that come down, like sage eradication on some of those things, some of those grants, saltpeter, I think it is, whatever the heck it is. But anyway, it's like Meade County typically got a grant every year. They're not getting some of that grant money this year. They didn't get it. We got ours. Some of the revenue projected, I asked him, out of his budget, he's anticipating about 190 to 195,000 in revenue that's going to come in through some of the contracts and agreements we have. Though again, there could be a shortfall on some of those agreements coming from Black Hills National Forest on weed spraying, et cetera, depending on what's going to come down, and then trying to find other alternatives to make that up. One thing, just asked, kind of how things are going, and so one thing came up. They have a cold storage unit out there that they were using for their ATVs and stuff, just a building. It's just got a gravel floor in it, but they would like to repurpose that building and use it put some heat in there and put a concrete floor down so they can do maintenance on their ATVs. I did ask if there was a sharing of, vehicle work between the Weed and Pest Department and the Highway Department, and the answer was no. And so anyway, but they don't do, again, getting back to ATVs, the Highway Department doesn't do small engine. So I just talked to the weed board, said, are you guys good with that? And so Scott's going to put that in front of the building committee as a discussion about putting cement in what is currently just a gravel floor in the building. So anyway, those were my meetings.
That makes sense.
I think those ATVs get.
Anybody else have
hard
any
out there.
committee stuff? I don't have any. Ron doesn't. Deb, do you have any?
Relative to what?
Any committee stuff? I don't know, Deb's.
No,
very-
just Cracker Barrel in Hill City. I
this.
did attend that. That was probably 75 people at that Cracker Barrel. So we had Amber, Trish, Goodwin. And, they touched on the property tax, property assessments, but also there was a lot of discussion on the library the, the content, I don't know, just, it was a pretty well-attended meeting for Hill City Community Center, and a lot of folks from Custer appeared to be there, as well as folks from Hill City.
Does anybody else have anything? And I guess we'll move on to this number 21, since Gary, I apologize again. You could just throw something at me next time. I'm good with that. Okay, 21, consideration of the vouchers. Vouchers in the amount of $426, $478.86. There's two motions, one that Deb Hadcock will be abstaining from, so if we could get a motion on that one.
I'll make a motion to approve a voucher for Rose Inn LLC in the amount of $733.74.
Got a motion from
Second.
Durr and a second from Roskinick. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign with Hadcock abstaining. Motion 2.
Approve the remaining vouchers in the amount of $425,745.12.
Got a motion from Durr, second from Drews. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Number 20, motion carries. Number 22, executive session per SDCL 125-2, personnel matters per 125-2-1, and intercontractual pending litigation per 125-2-3. Personnel matters per 125-2-1. Need a motion?
Uh,
Got a motion from Hadcock, second from Durr to,
Before we make a second on it, I want to add legal on here as well.
okay, so then we'll have a motion that's for personnel matters and legal matters. Motion.
Oh, it's for both?
Yeah, yep. We have a motion and a second, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, we are moving to executive session, people. Thank you.
Nope. Motion to come out of executive session?
Is she ready? We have a motion to come out of
He
executive
has to
session.
wait to get the recorder up.
Oh, okay.
We got you. Me. We had to say.
We haven't repeated it yet.
Motion to come out of executive session by Hadcock?
Second.
We have a motion
By
from
Durr.
Hadcock, second by Durr to come out of executive session. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. We're out of executive session. I
To
guess-
adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second from Roskinick. Motion by Hadcock, second by Roskinick. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, guys.
Did you, thanks for putting that